Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me this morning. I'm back, sort of. I am back, but I will be leaving this afternoon. Live then, and then I will day. I hear exactly. We're gonna start. I told you to stop. They have added a new feature to this, which is pretty cool, actually, that it will pause now, which is awesome. There we go. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about crackling. My hearing aids need to be replaced, so they're being glitchy. So anyway, we have been kind of on a little bit of a roller coaster of cases lately. We've had two cases kind of running at the same time. The Jose Antonio Soto Escavada trial was found guilty of 2 counts of redrum, and the jury has recommended the DP. That means staying in jail until they purposely unalive you. And I am cutting in and out. That seems better. I don't know why. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm doing what I can. I don't know why we're cutting in and out. So anyway, we are now into the baby in the river, Brandon Isabelle. This is a really sad case, y'all. And it really breaks my heart. Excuse me. I've got my cup of coffee. I hope you do too. My coffee today is a double shot of Starbucks extra caffeinated. I should be zinging here in a minute. So in this case, basically, Brandon Isabelle is accused of unaliving his wife, who just 2 days prior to the unaliving gave birth to their baby daughter. And when he unalived his wife, he then took the baby daughter and threw her in the Mississippi, ne'er to be seen again. Hello, it's Brit. Good morning. I want to before we go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to my mods. For those of you who've been watching, you know that my mods have been handling my lives. Dear friend, what I call sister in the Lord. I have 2 people in my life that I would call sisters. I don't actually have sisters, physical sisters. I'm adopted, and she's adopted. Jen, both was in the hospital and diagnosed with cancer, and we have been dealing with that. I stayed with her a week, and no, I don't want any kudos for it, but I just would like for y'all to keep her in your prayers. We will be leaving today to go out of town so she can be with family, so they can make some decisions and visit. And then we will be back on Monday, and then we're going to be going from there. All right. Let's do a quick recap. I do have the court feed up, and I am watching it. So let's get into the recap. Opening statements. Prosecution ADA Drew Carpenter laid out the state's theory that Isabelle and Danielle Hoyle had a relationship. Danielle became pregnant and gave birth to baby Kennedy, a little girl. Isabelle did not want the responsibility of a 4th or 5th child. He had at least 3 or 4 kids that I know of. February 1st to 22, Isabelle allegedly lured Danielle under the premise of exchanging baby clothes. Then, when she got there, he brought her, took the newborn, and later disposed of the baby girl in the Mississippi River at Mud Island, leaving behind only the cap. The state claimed to have a video, DNA, phone, and message evidence, and testimony evidence by Isabelle to both bedrooms. Defense William Massey stressed the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. He emphasized the circumstantial evidence must be handled carefully and the jurors should remain skeptical. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning, one sunny day. Witness and evidences thus far on day one, Officer Cody Sutton, former Memphis PD and Germantown PD, found Danielle's car abandoned near the East Levee and Sedgwick Street. He photographed the vehicle, saw signs of blood on the car, and then located Hoyle's body nearby. Searched for the baby but could not locate at the scene. Noted the area is known for abandoned stolen cars, gunfire, which may affect interpretation of evidence, the hearing gunshots, as far as that's concerned. The Vishon Cole EMT, what a name. Like it. Fire department arrived and with medics confirmed Danielle was deceased, clarified that the medical marking and the videos and cameras that they had on them at the time showed medical intervention, but no injury. On cross, he distinguished the time of pronouncement of life from actual time and death. All right, Mario Foster EMT assisted at the scene, searched the vehicle, located diaper bag labeled Kennedy. No baby was found. Then we have Sergeant Jamie Klein, MPD homicide notification digital evidence, went to notify the mother of Danielle, April Hoyle, about the homicide. Recovered Danielle's Apple Watch, which had a screenshot message from Isabelle. I can't be a dad. Or a similar statement apparently relating to not wanting to be the father to Kennedy. The screenshot also introduced the date context as uncertain. However, on cross, he acknowledged limits in retrieving further messages or placing precise date and time. That was the end of day one. Now going into day two, major witnesses were April Campbell, mother of Danielle Hoyle, testified that her daughter's character working at FedEx relationships and pregnancy, recounted the evening of Kennedy's birth, a short visit with the family, Danielle's choice to see Isabelle afterward. Described the days after, including being asked by police about the Chevy Cruze, Danielle's car. The lead investigator, Brian Onan, introduced the crime scene photos, vehicles, bullet damages, etc., and the condition of the vehicle. Dr. Scott Coiler, the forensic pathologist, performed the autopsy, confirmed 5 gunshot wounds, damage to the head and neck. Whew, a lot. Noted abrasions on the hip, consistent with being dragged, absence of defense wounds, concluded cause of death, homicide by gunshot. Sergeant Cecil Fowler responded to the report of the abandoned car, ran license plate, tried to identify the owner, found bullet casings around the vehicle. Artesia Stewart, on how it's spelled and pronounced, was Isabelle's girlfriend during an overlapping time period, testified about the relationship with him and the awareness of his relationship with Danielle. So this guy better hoe around. He was hoeing around while married with at least 3 to 4 kids. He had conflicted in text exchange with Danielle. She testified she had purchased a weapon of .40 caliber Smith & Wesson and a bat for protection upon threats and tension. confirmed that Isabelle usually carried the 9mm Glock and holster, provided timelines of interaction the night of February 1st, including receiving a message from Isabelle meeting him and tensions between Daniel and himself. He also brought a DNA test to the hospital to verify paternity after Kennedy's birth. Sergeant Jason Bledsoe, forensic MPD, testified on how Isabelle's iPhone 11 Pro was extracted with the passcode and handled a chain of custody extraction took like Cellbrite and Graykey. Confirmed the forensic analysis was done by a separate team. Lieutenant Joshua Stanley, real-time crime surveillance license plate readers, testified about how the surveillance camera and plate reader system tracked the white Chevy Malibu, like Danielle and Isabelle, crossing onto Mud Island via A.W. Williams Bridge at the time that late evening. It also showed that a camera, LPR data, placed the car on Mud Island during windows of interest. Noted limitations of this system. The cameras were inoperative, some of them. No continuous video from point A to point B. It was point A to D. It may be point A to B, but nothing between B and C, but between C and D. So they had a little bit of gaps of time in between. Not all cameras were working. So the key evidence in this case is the autopsy, which shows the wounds from the lead shooter. The dragging evidence strongly support the homicide theory. Surveillance, plate readers, video tracking, and vehicles helps place the car and Isabelle in the relevant areas at the relevant times. Digital forensic text messages, message screenshots link Isabelle's communication with Danielle and others, including statements about not wanting to be a dad. He already was. He just didn't want to be the dad to that baby. Testimony about the relationship tension and overlapping relationships. Isabelle Stewart and Isabelle Holt helped lay the motive and context. The defense will likely challenge the technical and impulsive limits of the cameras and outages. Day 3, we had witnesses. Sergeant Justin Smith described that the investigation into Daniel and Kennedy treated with urgent and all hands on deck mobilization, led or oversaw the portion of the search on Mud Island boat ramp area under wet, muddy, rainy, and cold conditions. A grid foot search was conducted, plus a drone, helicopter, canine, and boat and water search efforts to find baby Kennedy. Evidence collected included a small baby hat found near the water's edge. Because the ground was so muddy, footprints or tracks were hard to preserve or even identify. He testified that although the investigation believed a gun was thrown into the river, no weapon was ever recovered. Neither was the body of Precious Kennedy. Officer Dennis Williams responded to the Mud Island area photograph and collected evidence, including the cap from the baby cap from near the river, collected clothing from the family used for the canine to send tracking. No other baby clothing or items were found in the immediate area of the boat ramp. So Kyle Bordland, the firefighter and dive team, described searching conditions underwater in low 40 degrees Fahrenheit, complete darkness, zero visibility. Divers could not even see their own hands. That was the way it was here in the Kerrville, Guadalupe River after the flood. So I can kind of relate to what he's describing. Searched areas focused near the northern tip of Mud Island and boat ramp region. Weather issues forced suspension of diving, later resumed with sonar support. Neither the baby nor gun was located during the dive and sonar, even though they had sonar efforts. Hunter Winfrey, dive team coordinator, testified about the conditions along with river bottom, rocks, uneven terrain, and about how bodies behave underwater. Explained that while adult bodies generally sink, infants are more buoyancy and can float or drift depending on the circumstance. Andy Tweed, Tennessee Wildlife Rescue and search expert requested by TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to assistance researching for the infant or the infant carrier. Emphasized the difficulty of river recoveries. Only about 60% of bodies thrown into a river are typically recovered, most of which are adults. Again, babies tend to float. Muddy and the tributaries conditions and recent rain complicated detection of both body and object. The sergeant was number 6, Charles Winbush, MPD homicide investigator. He led or participated in the interrogation of Isabelle on February of 2022, verified that Isabelle was Mirandized. He was read his rights, signed his right form, and underwent mental and sobriety checks. Isabelle denied involvement, claimed he met Danielle at a gas station to exchange baby clothes and left. The interrogation, however, continued. Investigators confronted Isabelle with the inconsistencies of timing and DNA in messages. Isabelle then confessed that he shot Danielle and abandoned the baby Kennedy at or near the river, alive in her car seat by the gate near the water. He also admitted disposing of the firearm in the river. Oh, yeah, threw the baby in, dude. During the subsequent reenactment and walkthrough, Isabelle pointed out where he said the baby and the weapon was left or thrown. Through his account, buried, whether the baby was placed, slid, or thrown into the water. It does make me nauseated to think of this. This is not an easy case. Officers also presented receipts, purchases by Isabelle, card note, Rose's candy, for after abandoning Kennedy to help reconstruct his movements and motivation. Winsborough described Isabelle as emotional and contradictory under questioning. The recorded video segments of the interrogation were admitted into evidence. So overall, day 1 through 3, the state has constructed this case using physical and forensic evidence, digital surveillance and communication, searching and recovery, testimony, confessions, and statements. Sorry, I've been holding that back. Evidence, contextual relationship and motivation evidence. However, we got some issues. They're lacking the lack of the recovered of the baby's body or the weapon, thus being the absence of physical remains or the weapon is likely to be a critical point to attack for the defense, especially given admitted the difficulty of recovering such evidence in a river environment. The variability and inconsistencies of Isabelle's statements, the fact that Isabelle changed or contradicted himself about the baby, abandoned, placed, slid, or thrown, could be used to undermine the reliability of the voluntariness of his confession. Limited in the surveillance cameras will be attacked. The chain of custody and digital evidence will be attacked. The defense may question the handling of the phone extraction process or whether the messages were properly attributed or timestamped. The burden of proof and reasonable doubt is where they really most likely will attack. Throughout the defense will likely press that press that many pieces are circumstantial and subject to alternative interpretation. They will lean heavily on the idea that the state must meet the highest burden of proof. We are now up to day 4 and ready to go. I hope that was a good and thorough recap for you guys. Yay, we got it in. We are still watching the court case for day 4. The state's case will continue. So as I have said before, I will be leaving here. I will be hopping on and off. I've got a college paper to finish. I will be here until about 1:15, and then I do have to leave, and we will then be going remote again. But I want to say again, thank you so much to my fabulous mods, whom I could not do this without you. So thank you so very, very much. Love and appreciate you. And I do not say that loosely or flippantly. Good morning, Miss June. Speaking of mod, hello, it's Britt. Good morning, Amy. Amy, love, thank you so much for being here. Oh, I'm so glad to see all of you. Um, I forgot to show Miss June how to pop out chats in YouTube. Uh, so what I'm going to do, Miss June, are you watching? Can you let me know? Miss June, oh wait, Miss June may not be watching. Miss June will be. Fine, I'll do it later. Let me get my chats popped so I can follow you a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna bring down my sound. I think it's a little hot. Is my sound a little hot, or are y'all happy with it? I did bring it down a little bit. My apologies if it was a little hot. Uh, pop out chats. That aside. YouTube has started where they now put it at top chats. I like all live chat. All of you are equal in my book. Thank you so much, Nightbot, for saying that. Please like, comment, subscribe to be entered into this month's giveaway. Well, the last couple of days, I will confess I've not been able to do that because I've not been here. So what I'm going to do is I will take the top five outside of my mods, chatters, and add them to the I will add the top 5 chatters to the giveaway. So I'll go back and I will look at the top 5 chatters, and you will automatically be entered into the giveaway at the end of the month, which is coming up shortly. Yeah, yes. Okay, so don't forget to share, like, and subscribe. I can put that down. Get that. I am organizing my screens. There we go. I got everything where I like it. So let's go ahead and pop down here and show the court feed. We have a new feature in StreamYard that popped up today. I am so happy. I think it's kind of cool, actually. It's called QR code. So if I'm sitting here talking about how lovely my coffee is, and I would love for someone just to see if it works, I am drinking my lovely Hitchman Homestead Shooter Shack coffee. Not this morning, actually. I'm drinking a Starbucks double shot of caffeine because I couldn't reach the Shooter Shack Homestead coffee. I ran out and I have boxes and I didn't have time to refill. But if you scan that QR code, it should take you to the Shooter Shack coffee, our sponsor. If you should go to this one, this is Ollie Tea. And then I am a partner with Bellamy, and I have a fabulous hydration packet that is like liquid IV, but it's better. It's got more benefits for you. And also, it also has something for collagen replacement. So anyway, if you want to look into that, go here, scan this QR code. But this is Hitchman. This here, oh, it does change. This one here is the, Ollie Tea, and this is the Bellamy. Yay! Woohoo! Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? And then I can just go ahead and go up here and remove that as well. So it is so cool now that I have that. So y'all don't have to look for these sites. Oh, I can do Discord. Oh, I think I can do Discord. Let me see if I can do Discord. That will be interesting. Let me see if I can do a Discord. Let me see if I can do a Discord. Right? Oh, we got our Discord. Oh my gosh. So let's see if it works, y'all. I'm going to see if the Discord works. Discord works. Discord works. Oh, it worked. Okay, y'all, we have a Discord link. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, that is so cool. Here we do. There we go. We got Ada K Media Discord. That is so freaking awesome. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. What do y'all think about that, Mamples? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? We'll do that one for now. Awesome. Get back up to comments so I can see you guys. Amy, how are you doing today? Sorry, the cat ran across the keyboard. Oh, been there, done that, boo. At least you weren't streaming live and it didn't shut you down. Hello, but no problem. Cat typing along with dog typing is welcome here too. Yes, cat's messages, what I call my palm nerd messages, are welcome too. Palm nerd messages are welcome as well. Miss June, how are you this morning? By the way, we do a lot of shows and movie watches over in our Discord. It's kind of nice because, and if you want to watch something specific, go over to our Discord, which what we'll do is right there is our Discord. Right there is our Discord. Isn't that wonderful, y'all? Why can't I move these around like everybody else can? All right. So that is our Discord link. I mean, June, what do you think about this? We now have the ability to put QR codes. I'm just going to leave it up there for now. That's our Discord QR code. I am so freaking rocking this. I love it. Oh, I think I'll do that. I like that even better. Oh my gosh, y'all, that is simply the best. By the way, this is kind of how I feel this morning. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-red juicy juice. That is so huge. And of course, I want to say to all of you, thank you so much for your support. Please don't forget to go and become a member at my YouTube channel. Yeah. It's so easy, and we are getting ready to start rolling out a lot of new members only perks. We have a new thing that we can do in YouTube, which I'm very excited for, is that we can be live for a part of this show, and then at any point I can switch it to members only. So what will happen is we're going to start having lives where we talk or open it up to everybody. And then we're going to be talking about something. And then when I have the skinny or the tea on something, and I only want my members only to have first knowledge of, I will then switch the live to a members only live instantly midstream. And then if you're not members only, I will say goodbye and give you an option to join before I switch over to members only. Yes, I am looking for ways to give more members only benefit. So we're going to start working on that. Right now, we are waiting for court to begin, and they are behind. They are running behind. We are, oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. I am cleaning out. We got a lot of banners we need to clean out. Yes, for all of your court document needs, please go to Seeking Justice in Discord. Why don't I create a thing for them? Oh, wow, I can do that too. We are going to do that. I forgot we can do that. Seeking Justice, I'm creating a QR code for you. Just so you know, if you are watching or lurking in the background, I'm going to create a thing for you. So when we talk about Justice Discord. We will have the thing up for you. That is so awesome. Oh, QR codes are going to be my jam now. So right now we have the Seeking Justice Discord QR code. Just scan it right there with your cell phone. If you don't know how to do that, open up your camera app like you're going to take a picture. Hold it over the QR code. If it's too small, zoom in. And at the bottom of your screen, you will see a little yellow bubble or a bubble that says Seeking Justice Discord. Click on that bubble. It takes you directly to it. But this is where we get a lot of our court documents. And I just wanted to give them a huge shout out and a great little bit of loving. Thank you so much for being a wonderful support to my channel, to me personally. And I just want to bless you as much as I can. To you guys, if you like to read court documents, go to the over there QR code and give them a gander, as my grandpa said. Okay, here's my QR code. So give them a gander. Yep. I don't know why I am not liking that bubble. It is too big. I kind of like the small one. We're going to do minimal today, just in the mood that I'm in. Let me look at the calendar. I need to give y'all okay, today is the 26th. The next member only live will be on the 5th of October. We will be doing the next members only live. We have a hearing today in the Brenda Deutsch, and we were going to be looking out for information on that. The Brenda Deutsch. I have to do it. Deutsch. I have to. Brenda Deutsch is the monkey mom who was also a foster parent and decided she wanted to add another monkey to her clan. And so she traded the foster child, for a monkey. Got busted. I have the exclusive on this. So yes, we are following that trial as well. Let me see where we are here. Mods, can you look up Steven Stearns and let me know if we have anything? Because I have Steven Stearns on my calendar, but I can't find anything. Can you do a quick search and see if you can find anything? I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you. Close that out. I am so loving this QR code thing. I'm just like, I'm all in. Those are good to go. While we're waiting, again, here is the Seeking Justice information. And like I said, this is this is what it looks like on their channel. When you go to them, you will see this thumbnail. And then here is the QR code. Again, thank you again, Seeking Justice, for all that you do for me. All right. And we're waiting. We're still waiting. Why are we still waiting? I know what I need to do. Y'all, I'm going to call someone. I haven't heard from someone. I'm going to call someone. I'm going to see if someone is still with us. Give me a second. Hold on a second. We haven't heard from a friend of ours, and I'm checking in on her. She lives over the pond, and it's 6 o'clock over there in the evening. Well, no, 4 o'clock. We haven't heard from her in a couple of days or almost a week. I want to make sure she's okay. I haven't heard from her since the 23rd. I don't know. We'll have to look and see. The 18th. Yeah, that's been a while. I hope she's doing okay. She's a dear friend. And court is looks like we've got some movement in court. Hopefully. Let me see. Let me get to her channel. Ooh, she hasn't streamed a while. Oh, 8 days ago. I hope she's okay. Okay. We're in court.
I am breaking in 55 minutes for that meeting.
Okay, one Sunny day. I know he pled no contest, but I thought there was another kind of a hearing or something going on. Maybe not. Okay.
Still under oath, sir. Do we have transcripts for the witness?
There's two of them. The shorter one is the second clip.
And then there's a third clip with a third packet.
Then there'll be a third one. Do you want to hand up the third one now, Judge?
I don't know why I thought we had another hearing on Stearns. That's the wrong date. Thank you, one Sunny day. That coffee's potent, y'all. Double caffeinated.
Yes. Yeah, it was just like, yeah, I mean, he's so sick. I mean, I felt that all night.
Judge, jury into the courtroom.
Good morning. Good morning. Y'all ready for lunch? We're gonna get started. There will be a little bit of a break in our action this morning because I have a previous commitment at 11 o'clock. So we are going to work until we can't anymore. It's my understanding that some of you are interested in the weekend football. It's been relayed, duly noted, and I'm gonna do everything I can to make certain you watch the whole football. All right, we're back on Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. All right, Alexander, just a few questions here to kind of set us back up. We finished with clip 3 yesterday, correct?
Correct.
We're getting ready to do clip 4. There is a transcript for clip 4, the longer one that everyone has. Then there's also a shorter transcript, correct? That's below it. That would be clip 5. And we'll go right into that one. This clip 4 starts off after you guys got back from the river. Is that correct?
Yes.
This clip, and just before I'll just play it through here, but is there a new version of what happened to Danielle in this clip? Is the version revised a little bit?
Yes, it's, he did, mention that the shooting was accidental at this point.
Okay. The first version of shooting Danielle was why?
Because he didn't want the baby.
Okay. And we'll start this one.
Do some soul searching, man. Do some soul searching. You ready to talk to us? We're ready. We're ready. Talk to us, man. Okay, that's it. You gotta speak up, talk to us. You say you do what? Oh, yeah, but, okay. The one you love to plan is just something that has your heat on move. Just, and I sat there behind me, told it all, and then looked like that. Me and I was talking. Something happened again. Just let me show you. Okay. Never mind, take to do it. Okay, where did you put the baby? That's what I want to know. I pushed it. And when I tell I drove all the way down. When I threw the force all the way down, when I pushed it, through the gun, I didn't see what the baby was. I threw the gun, I took off, I slipped. I went back up. So I had to load it on me. I got back in the car. I followed the car, that's going right down the street to the bathroom. So you pushed the baby, you slid the baby. How close was she to the water when you pushed it? You want to look at how close she was to the water? I was going to say how close she was because I'm trying to leave you. I'm trying to do what I was planning on doing. Okay, when you pushed her, what was the car seat at? She was there. Okay, she was inside the car seat, strapped in, she was sleeping around. Okay.
When he says she's inside the car seat, you know what?
That she wasn't in the car.
Did you set the car seat down and push it? How did you push it? With your hands or with your feet? Push it like that? Okay. And it slid. And then when it was slide. Huh? And then when it was slide, and grabbed the gun, okay, go through. And took off. So you don't know how close she was? Right. You know what you did, man. I know what you did. You know what you did. It's obvious, bro. It's obvious. Let me explain something to you, okay? And I'm gonna put this in a way for you to understand, okay? Right now, your future depends on how people are gonna see you from here on out, right? That's not true. And I'm explaining to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. Listen to me, Brandon, okay? Let me explain this to you, okay? Have you gone out drinking, like to the club, stuff like that before? Have you been out before? Okay, but you've been out. You've been around people like in the crowd and stuff, right? Okay. Let me explain to you this, okay? And this is how this works when it comes to people seeing you, okay? You see this bar right here, right? Now, let's say that you're holding this bar, and you got your favorite drink in there, right? You standing in the crowd. Now, somebody bumps into you and knocks your drink down, right? Now, there's one or two things that can happen. The guy who knocks their drink down, he can say, damn, my bad, man. I was having a bad day. I was having a bad moment. I'm sorry I knocked this drink out of your hand. I know it's your favorite drink. I fucked up, my bad, right? Or that same guy can bump into you and say, man, I really could give two fucks about your fucking drink and I don't fucking care. Fuck you and that drink. And keep walking, right? Which one of those people look the worst? The one that tell you to go fuck yourself. I don't care about your fucking drink, right? Now, I'm gonna ask you something. Which one of those people you think you look like right now? Now, with that being said, keep that in mind, Brandon. You already told us everything else. You understand what I'm telling you? Just tell us the truth about the baby. Just tell us what you did. You threw her in the room? Okay, did you watch her going to the water? Brandon. Things a slightly hard push. Brandon, let me tell you something, okay? You have to walk over rocks to get down to the water city, did you? I didn't go back through the forest. I didn't walk all the way to the city. Let me tell you something, Brandon. Those rocks are boulders. You have to navigate through those on the walk. Ain't shit sliding down that thing. Now, you can tell me several times that you slid down there. Physically impossible. But physically impossible, bro. It's physically impossible to slide down there. Now, do you want to be the fucking dickhead that knocks a motherfucking drink down and say, you know what, fuck you in that drink. I'm gonna keep fucking pushing. Or you want to be the guy and say, hey, I fucked up, I had a bad fucking day, my bad, brother, let me get you another fucking drink. I'm sorry. You want to be the fuck you guy? You want to be like, fuck you, this and that? Okay, so you want to be the one that's, hey, not that, I apologize. I knocked your drink down, I fucked up. No, not that. But this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity, Brandon. Would you put her in the water, Brandon? I didn't place her in the water. How did she get into the water? She was along the river line. She was by the water. She wasn't. But you slid it right on the water. Let me read that. I will say, did you know to get the rock? I walked over the river line. Okay, so you got her close enough to the water, right? That you got her close enough that if you push, there's a little bit she was gonna go in. Is that what you're saying? So you pushed her in the water. She was placed along the river line. She was Brandon. And she was touching the water until you did what? Brandon, there's sand right there. You ain't sliding shit right there. Listen to what I'm telling you. It's like, so you put it on next and I walk over it, I put it right there on whatever, like, I do it down. With this bullshit, Brandon. They said, Brandon, that the river ain't rose that much in a couple hours. Yeah. Anyway, now, I'm gonna tell you right now, what you telling me right now, you telling me that you did it, but you're being a big hole about it. You understand what I'm saying? When we started out, you already told us that you did it. Don't be a fucking asshole about it. What would you do? Place it down in my water. Did you place it in the water, Brandon? Did you place it in the water? Brandon, did you place her in the water? Brandon, I'm being ready. You want to walk in that park? My father used to take it to that park, and we used to run our dog down there. Over the last I do too. I have all my life. I got my contact lenses right now. I swear to God. I give you. You started off with a lie, right? You started off lying. So you don't want to just look like a complete liar. So you want to make us feel like part of what you told us is the truth. But none of what you told us is the truth. You have started telling the truth. Complete the circle, Brandon. Complete. 99% of the truth is still what? No, 99% of the truth? Still a lie. Right, so 1% is a lie. The truth is the truth, and there's got to be 100%. If you leave out one portion, you're lying. How did she get in the water? How did she get in the water? How did she get in? Who goes in the water, Brandon? You put it in the water. Okay. Did you put it in the water or did you toss it into the water? You tossed it into the water. Did she float away or did she sink? So let me ask you a question. Did she come out of that seat? So you threw her in the water. Huh? Yes, sir. You threw her in the water. So you don't know where she or the seat went, do you? How far into the water did you throw her? It didn't go as far as it did. But it's always
Did you clarify that for us? You said how far did she go in the water, the question was? Or how far in the water did you throw her, was the question?
He said it wasn't far. It didn't go as far as the gun.
Okay.
Was they still in her car seat when she hit the water? She came out, right? Okay. Did you hear the water splash, Brandon? When you threw that? Brandon, you threw that in the water. I didn't hear anything. I know you threw that in the water. How do you know you threw that in the water? I don't know if I actually threw her in the water. I'm asking you this right now. I'm probably the only motherfucker that's not going to be an asshole to you. I'm just going to be fucking real with you. And you treat me like a fucking asshole. Don't do that, bro. Did you hear that baby in the water? But you threw her out to the water. Did you see her float away? Sit there. Hang on something, okay? You need some right now? You just want water. You still want it? Okay.
Is that the norm, depending on what you ask, if they want water and evaporation, things like that? Okay.
Get on the microphone.
He says, or does he say that he accidentally shoots them, or can he accidentally shoot them?
They say he accidentally shot her. But he heard something.
And then with respect to Baby Kennedy, he says what?
He said he threw her in the car seat in the water. She came out of the car seat.
start, bear with me for just a minute. The next one is a pretty short one, is that correct?
Yes.
Look, when you pulled over there with, Danielle, after you left her, after you shot her, did you change clothes? Where'd you change clothes at? Well, I'm gonna take my jacket off and change shoes. Where's the jacket, no shoes at? The shoes, I think I'm trying to take it home. So the jacket's at home? Where's home? Which place? In Cordova? What address? 8702. Where'd you put the jacket? It's my house. Having a little throw in the bottom. What's it look like? Black and gray. Black and gray? Half black, half gray. Okay. And that's what you had on when you shot her? Huh? Did any, why'd you take the jacket and the shoes off? So you just want them to change? What kind of shoes did you have on? Okay. And you put them where?
Clear, he said, what about the,
Is this before or after? That's at their house.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that for us?
You said he changed his jacket and his Adidas slide.
And where do you put the slides?
Slides was in the trunk of his car.
That's when you would have changed. Because I don't have the time on that one, but the time, so this white shirt, you had it on under that shirt. Yeah, what it is, I was definitely. You left that, so you changed everything. I just took the jacket off and changed shoes. I took the jacket off. So that white shirt you had on under the jacket, when it was the seat, I know. Okay, so, but you had the jacket zip on with you. Right. So, I get it. Okay. So the jacket hanging up in your closet. We can tell anybody what you did. Okay, when them folks start threatening you, your mama asked you a question, right?
Want to clarify something, that's obviously a typo in the transcript there, that's you speaking, and not Brendan Isabelle, correct?
Correct.
She said, why? What'd you tell her? You told her that. Is your mom at home right now? Huh? Does she work from home? She works What's up? What's up? You say red on it? Okay.
Okay, and that concludes the fifth, and you have one more talk with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, who do you distribute the, last transcript?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you will take your documents and pass them down, we will give you a brand new set for the sixth and final clip, I believe. Mr. Christensen, sixth and final clip,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Jumping down a little bit, sorry. Everybody ready? So Lieutenant, what are we looking at here?
What we've done is taken his clothes and put them in a Tyvek suit.
And that is that, Sergeant Carlisle?
Yes. Crime scene, I believe what's crime scene.
And that's you standing in the doorway?
Yeah, and that's, Sergeant Amos also in the room.
And this begins the last, conversation you have, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I guess I won't be going and putting water in my machine. We are having a little network difficulty. That is interesting, y'all. I was going to get this little thing set up. I wonder what's going on. They have lost their feed for a few seconds, I'm sure. So I'm going up. There we go. Court is on break. Technical issues. And that's the life. I'm going to quickly put some water in this and plug it in. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. Let me see if my hearing aids will connect. Connect. Let's see if they'll connect. Works. Hey. Yay, it's working. I have, sorry about that, guys. I have brought my kitty from the shop home with me. And as anybody who knows, when you have kitties, sometimes kitty go potty. And when they go potty, sometimes kitty stink up the room. So I have a diffuser thing that I have not used. It's been in the package for quite some time. And I thought I'd use it. It working. It smells like coffee in here. Oh, I got to put my earring in. So it smells like coffee. So I guess they're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to go to another feed and see if I can grab something else. Oh, that is so much better. Oh, everybody's having technical difficulty. Okay. Oh, that smells good. Smells like a coffee shop. It does. It smells like a coffee shop. Ooh, that smells delish, y'all. Okay, we'll get back over here. We'll just leave it here. Ooh, something just slid. All right, so we are in a technical difficulty. So what I may do, I wonder if I have it. Let me see. No, I don't. Let me get it. I want y'all to see something, so give me just a second while I get it up and running.
You next to them, did she meet you in that coast? She met you in that coast. So when I go up to this mountain,
Okay, so we have a recording of, oh, they're up. Yay. Okay, we're back. We get the sound. I had the window closed down. I was
you want to take them too fast? Tell them the truth. You didn't want the child. You didn't want the child, but that's why I was no, it ain't no either. It's either or. It ain't the same thing. Either you want to pull the trigger or you don't want to pull the trigger. His kids growing up out here every day. When one of the parents left, they don't give a fuck about their child. Don't call the child or do shit for the child. And then the other parent, so who with their parents, they don't even know court part of the time. They be like, fuck it, I don't need you. Me and my child do just fine. If you don't want to be here, fuck you, go. But this is the solution that you come up with? Because she wouldn't have an abortion? Come on.
Wow, y'all, here we go again. Let me see if I can get that other thing loaded. Let's watch this. I'm going to switch over here. This is funny. If y'all have not seen this, this is funny, y'all. You ready? Can't do it. Dang it. It's got audio. Let me go here. Okay, this is what I want. Fill in the crime tea. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Give me a minute. I'll give credit to Spill the Crime Tea, but this is what I'm looking for.
Really fucking stupid. Bring your lieutenant over. I'll tell him how fucking stupid you are.
Okay.
You don't know what stupid is? You're fucking stupid.
He's on the way, sir.
We're gonna go.
Like medicine and open the door to their toe?
Excuse me.
That was really fucking stupid.
There we go. So apparently, this woman opened the door and slammed it into his bare foot, hurting his toe, and he's not happy.
Really stupid. Really fucking stupid.
Sorry.
Really stupid. You open the hatch. Someone's standing here barefoot and you slam the door into their toe.
Can you 56 Foxtrot too?
Really fucking stupid. Congratulations. You open a hatch and someone's standing here barefoot, you open the door into their toe?
Excuse me.
That was really fucking stupid. Bring your lieutenant over. I'll tell him how fucking stupid you are.
Okay.
You don't know what stupid is? You're fucking stupid.
He's on the way, sir. Sergeant Jackson. Yes, I need LT down here to L2.
I'm gonna skip. It really doesn't.
So I stand at the door.
Here we go.
Medical comes to hand me my pills. So I stand at the door so I can get them through the hatch like I always do. She opens the door and pushes the door and runs it over my toe. Okay. So I said, you just fucked my toe up. You hand medicine through a door every single time. I'm standing here barefoot. If you look at the door, it's a big gap. If you're standing here barefoot, take a heavy door and slam it forward, you're gonna fuck someone's toe up. It's common sense. That's all it is. Which toe? The right big toe. That's the stable one you toe? I don't think it's broken. I just think it just fucked it up. It's fine. I just like my medicine. Next time they should use the hatch in the door they use every single time. It's common sense. If someone's standing here barefoot in front of the door, you don't issue us shoes. I'm standing barefoot. If you stand there barefoot and I slam the door open, it's gonna go over your toe.
Okay, so come with me, we're gonna take it down to these toes. You just look at it and,
They got an x-ray there or
no.
what are they gonna do with your toe?
We're not talking about that.
So,
Just walk with her, man.
sir, can I take my medication before I go down there?
Yeah.
You'll.
He does do a switch when the male officer shows up, but listen what he says now.
And I apologize for saying it's stupid, but when you get your toe slammed into by a door standing there, it surprised me.
Okay, we're not going to go much more into that. That in and of itself is pretty much the majority of the interaction. I mean, they go down to medical and they ask him a few questions, nothing major, but I just thought, oh, so the real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is starting to show.
You got to get some, so you got to get some gas, right? You got to get some gas to get back to your house and put over whatever you drove in your car. So that is the reason you left your car. Tell me what the reason is. I was trying to get the miles before they offended me. So I had to get up my address. Why? They'll never see. Why would you give them your address? Because I wanted to bring all the fathers to her house. But why would you give them your mama address? Oh, you know what you just did. You know what you did. Everybody else at that time is speculating. They're thinking you did, but they don't know. But you do know. So why did you even give them your mama address?
Greg, this shit that you lied about now at this point, this shit is stupid, bro. That nigga is man.
I tried to go over there to her house. And then I asked, they answered the phone, so I called back. That ain't want to give us a call. They could ask me where I was. I was still at her house. I didn't want to give her her address, so I gave her mine. It was mine. And it was the one there when I got there, when I was calling her, when I was on the phone. Why do you leave those slides in your car? Yeah, why did you put them in the bag that you put them in, and leave them in your car, Why?
What does it say there about the slide from the back?
To give it evidence.
So why are you gonna get rid of the slides though? Tell me why. Look like they had blood on. Who blood? Oh, which one? Look like they had blood on the left. How did blood get on there? When you took her out of the car. When you took her out of the car, did you pull some of her extensions out? Yeah, you did. They were on the right. Well, how the extensions get on the right? I honestly don't know. I actually grabbed my shirt before. Do you one and or two? What was the gun when you grabbed her? You were living in your car. What was your car parked when you were standing in her door? In front of her car. So you parked, she followed you over there, you stopped, she stopped behind you? Yeah, then she turned around. There was a noise coming from her, so she turned around to give me more light to the light on my phone. I couldn't really see what was coming from. So she went down the street and turned around and pulled in front of my car. Okay. Alright. And then, so, you held the door open on the passenger side? Yeah, we were right got inside the car. Okay. And closed the door. We were still conversating. Okay. How long did y'all conversate? Okay, and then what happened? My mom had called and like 30 minutes to the store. They were at the store. The store, that's where I was taking to. And she got on I was talking for about 2 more minutes.
No, don't do that. Tell me exactly what happened.
She turned me in.
Were you sitting inside the car or were you outside the car when you shot her? Did you distract her? You said something behind her?
I said, is there something behind me? She said, I don't hear nothing, but you got your gun anyway. She turned that in and got her window.
And that's when you started shooting. How many times?
I don't know what it is.
Give me a roundabout.
Clarify something. He said before he accidentally shot her, what did he say? He
That he asked her if there was something behind him.
behind him.
Right.
Four.
5.
When you pulled down your car, did you shoot her again once you pulled it out? Did you pull her out of the car? Did you shoot her again once you pulled it out? You sure? I just pulled her out of the car and I cut the car off. Because I really wasn't bullshitting you. That area really is monitoring.
Okay, so there's a bunch of glass right here, right? Her car is right here. How far you down there?
That's just a quick question, sorry to keep interrupting, but you've reviewed these questions, they indicate that you've reviewed a little bit of the crime scene that says we can leave out.
Yes.
Okay, and if you could tell us a little bit about that before the next part.
So when I arrived over there on the scene, her car was parked away from the glass. You could tell where the glass had been shattered and stuff was thrown out. Her car was down a little bit where her body was.
Okay. And that's what you're getting into with it?
Yes.
Went backwards. So I had to jump inside the car to stop it. I don't know how it was in park. What I did, as I did, it started rolling backwards.
It started rolling backwards. How far would you say it rolled? Definitely feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 50, 60 feet.
How long was it rolling? About 5 feet.
Just slow roll, no foot on the gas. So it was just like it was in reverse, but no gas was being given, something like that. And you threw it in park.
It was already in park. It was just rolling back. Oh wow.
She got a stick. No,
Did you know stick like manual? Or you got to shift gears to drive it?
so after you jumped in and stopped the car, then what you do?
I got the baby in my car. Pulled her out, put the car on.
And then after you left, where'd you go? And then what?
Take it off.
And what'd you do with the jacket? Where is it?
My closet.
Is it hanging up or is it on the floor? And then what'd you do? And what'd you do? You said that's when you went to Walgreens. And then you went where after you went to Walgreens? You couldn't find a better way. Why? So this is the best plan you could come up with. This was the best plan you could come up with. So this is the plan you wanted to come up with. Well, why did you come up with this one then? There's literally 100 things you could have did. Other than this. Other than this. How permanent is this? This is permanent. Have we found that baby yet? your child in the world.
Your other kid, you got a boy, right?
How old is he?
He's 5. He love you? You enjoy hugging him? Let me tell you something, man. I'm not gonna be angry with you on that. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. You don't have any daughters, do you? Anymore. Having a daughter, you would never experience love like that, bro. Never. I got daughters. You'll never experience that type of love. It's time for you to just be fucking honest about everything. I don't need you to lay it all out, man. If you move in the car seat, if you did this, you did that, whatever it is that you did that you know that you're lying us about. I'm just telling you. Grass is, I'm just telling you. See, but you keep saying it, but we keep finding out shit. That's what you keep saying. I'm just is there anything else that you could think of? How did babies have you out there? In the field with all the kids. How did it fall? It was hanging halfway off when it's carried. I guess it's all went down here and flew up. I was home, baby. Going downhill. Mm-hmm. So how I got I got kids, so you're not allowed to do it. She was bouncing. So I know she was asleep, she wasn't sleeping, was she? Yeah, that's fine. She was good. No way, bro. She was asleep. She was asleep from the time I was pretty in the car. She was asleep all the time. You need anything right now? You need anything right now?
Look, he said this is going to go on until we find this child. Did you know that child in the river? Who was child in the river? Stop lying. I know you weren't carrying a baby like this.
When I was walking down here,
You had that in a mile away.
when I tossed her, I carried her down there.
Don't act like you was comforting that baby that you're about to throw in the river. But at that point, you don't give a fuck about that child. You carried that baby down there by her leg and did what?
I carried her down there in the more.
Okay, you carried her no more. Now demonstrate how you put her in the river. How you tossed her in the river. Get up, stand up. If you want, you got a baby right there. Okay.
See, all that one more, this one, my wife.
Okay.
So like that, that's what I do.
And so you like this. Her head is pressed against your arm. Her is tall. And I let it come up when I get out the car. And you don't let me go off there. Because we don't eventually get to the 100% of the truth. You don't eventually tell me 100% of the truth. You don't let me go off there for it. The head was coming up as I was getting out the car. It was already falling off. I never stopped and put it in. There was no need to, but he could have gone in the wall anyway. Right. And you do her like this or like this.
Y'all, I really am struggling with this audio. I know you guys must be as well. I apologize. There's nothing I can do about it. Thank you, closed captioning, for what you are getting. So my apologies. I really just want to skim through this, but I don't think we can.
You know why she's asking you all these questions? You know? I talk to you. Why am I asking you questions? Because we want to find this baby. We are get to the bottom of it. Before I ever met you, I knew why you did it. We still got to find this child. You threw the child in the water. You didn't drop off in an apartment complex. Because you didn't want the baby to survive and somebody pressed her back to you. You said what? What's the reason?
What is he saying there?
He said at that point he did what he did to Danielle and he didn't want to be a single parent.
I said, I'll leave her at the apartment. What do you mean? You just get adopted all the time. You won't be no single parent? What was the baby wearing? When I get the clothes, I want to manage it to the clothes. Well, you got the blanket in the car. The hat. I think there's a hat she got from the hospital. Blue, pink, white, blue, striped hair.
Photographs here.
Yes, somebody sent a picture of her car seat looked like nothing. Sorry,
She had it on. She left the hospital and she had it on.
Same model on it.
But this is the car seat.
One more question before pass the witness judge. This concludes the interview, correct?
Correct.
And this is about the 7 hour, 52-minute mark, correct?
Correct.
For the whole time. But he sits in there for another 2 hours.
Are you not on the microphone?
Books or whatever.
Before he's transported to 201. Yes.
What do you have, why does that take so long? What do you guys have to do?
So we got to write up the paperwork, got to write up the arrest ticket and charging documents, and then we have to call for a car. Once we call for a car, they're only going to send it once they have one in service. So sometimes it takes a while.
But during that 2 hours and 40 minutes, there's no more interview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
This is a good breaking point for us.
Okay, while they do that for a minute, I want to say that you guys, if you see the QR code up there, that is our link for Discord. We now have QR codes in StreamYard. I'm really, you know what? When I was originally paying monthly for StreamYard, I was so wanting more, so much more features. StreamYard was sold to another company, and now they are just blasting us with features. I'm willing to pay for it now. This QR code is for our Discord. This QR code is for a Hitchman Homestead coffee. This QR code is for our Ollie tea. And this one is for my Bellamy. And this is Ada's Discord, and this is Seeking Justice. So we, as you can see, it changes. It's hard to see. You know, you can see it little popping and changing. So I'm so excited to have that ability. It is so freaking awesome. Now,
You're under oath.
I can pop
Don't talk to anyone about your testimony. And
Got
I'll see you shortly for cross-examination.
click
You
on it.
asked for the break earlier. Is this the break you wanted, or did you need a break after you cross him?
No, we need the break before we cross.
Well, you got it. Thank you.
You wanna break? Bye. See you in a few. I'm going to zoom. Okay, court is on a short break, but I just want to say that, oh, Nala, my monkey is, can you hear her banging? She's like, y'all, that girl. Hold on a sec. My son's ignoring her. He don't want to get up. He don't want to get up. I don't blame him. He don't want to get up. I got it. I hear you. But you got to get up. You got to get up. I am adjusting something. But anyway, there we go. I think I want to make it black. There we go. I don't know. It may be too transparent. I don't want that. I am fixing our thing as this banner running beneath it is driving me a little crazy. So I am going to fix that. I am. Hello. So anyway, this particular questioning in this recording to me has been so frustrating. Frustrating. Because I want to hear more and we can't hear more. I want to hear more, but we can't. That is to me a little irritating. I don't understand. The interrogation questioning is the most important thing that you can have in this situation. And I mean, in order to bring someone to trial, you would think that they would have the best recording possibly in their system. I would think the best recording in the entire police department would occur in this system. And in fact, it is horrid. I don't know how they can sit there and rely on this for testimony when you can't hear it. Is that, oh, yeah, no, it's branding behind that. So now I'm going to have to copy. I'm going to have to make some changes here. Give me a second. I don't like that banner running in the background, y'all. It's driving me a little crazy. That'll work. I don't like that banner. It's visually frustrating me. So I'm changing some things. So I appreciate your patience. I also have to get a bunch of assignments in today. Okay, there we go. I think that's better. I hid the banner. What do y'all think? You like it a little better? I've got to fix me. Nope. Fix me. There we go. Okay. A little better. All right, guys. We are on a short break, so everybody stretch and get comfy. Go get yourself a cup of Java. And I don't know how long this break is going to go, but let me go back. I am looking for let's watch.
Who's on the board should be here, while you're picking and choosing who's gonna sit, and who's gonna be exiting. I think that's unfair. If you're on the board, you're on the board. I think you, Mr. Kittner, have a serious conflict of interest. And I don't appreciate you sitting on the board, but if I have to suffer that, I should at least suffer the whole board. You're the chairman, and I'm objecting to you.
Your objection,
So I object to anyone leaving the board
your
for
objection,
any reason.
your objection is noted.
Mr. Kittner, I need clarification. Ms. Barnes, are you objecting to any of the 12 members of this board leaving this hearing?
Yes, I am. You're either a board or you're not a board. You either act like a board or you're not a board. I'm tired of people suspending the law when they want to. You are all licensed attorneys, and for 7 years, I have seen licensed attorneys act like this. And this is your representative who has been involved with John Bradley for 7 years. And you all know it. You think you're not going to have what she knows imputed to you. You are. She accepted the trial. She saw the gross violation of constitutional rights in Williamson County. She participated from May 2010, when John Bradley started this, to silence me during the investigations with the Science Commission. She was involved. And she's been involved for only working in tandem.
Ms. Barnes, we need to move on. So please be seated.
I have objected to your jurisdiction.
Your objection is noted. Please be seated.
I'll be accused.
You may.
I'm recusing myself.
Do we have any criminal people with criminal backgrounds here? You're letting the one criminal defense lawyer lead. Is anyone on the board have any criminal knowledge? This is what I'm talking about. How do corporate lawyers understand what John Bradley did if you have no criminal background? You don't even know.
Ms. Barnes, please be seated. And just for the record, Mr. Taylor has voluntarily recused himself. Isn't that correct, Mr.
Yes.
Taylor?
May I be
Thank you.
excused?
You may.
We have special exceptions that would be heard first and jurisdictional objections. You see, you're not being fair and impartial. I'm entitled to due process even in this court.
Please
Or
be
this
seated.
tribunal. It's not even the court.
Please be seated and let her proceed.
May it please the board.
You may.
This is a motion for entry of judgment against Carolyn Barnes pursuant to Part 8 of the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure. On June the 11th, 2013, a judgment of conviction by jury, sentenced by jury to prison in Texas Department of Criminal Justice was entered in cause number 10-663-K368 styled the State of Texas versus Carolyn Barnes in the 368th Judicial District Court of Williamson County, Texas, wherein Ms. Barnes was found guilty of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She was sentenced to 3 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and was ordered, she also had credit for 690 days on her sentence, and she was ordered to
She
pay.
is misstating fact. Is she testifying or what is she doing? I want her under oath testifying that she's representing material facts of this tribunal that you're going to rely upon. I want her under oath because she's not telling you the truth, and I'm tired of it. You're going to rely upon these facts, and she knows the truth, She was there and she's intentionally misrepresenting the facts.
I assume that Mr. Berry will have the proper proof to support what she's saying. If she doesn't, we'll take it up at that point.
I still want her under oath.
She was also,
Please.
Opening, or is this evidentiary, Mr. Berry? Is this an opening or is this evidentiary?
this is evidentiary.
I want her under oath. She has personal knowledge. She was
Okay, I know this woman's going to get kicked out. I know that's going to happen because of the title. But she does have a good point here. Is this opening, which is what it should be, or evidentiary? That's a good point.
there and present. She heard it, she saw it, she knows it.
Let's put both of them under oath.
Yeah.
If I may finish, she was also ordered to pay court cost in the amount of $380.
Wait a minute. He just said put you under oath, and now you're saying let me finish, and you're running right over them. I can
Back up
see the other attorney's frustration.
before you told them I was convicted.
Respondent
Sit down, please.
and Exhibit D is the original certificate of Blake A. Hawthorne, Clerk of the Supreme Court of Texas, dated April 3rd, 2017, which indicates that respondent is licensed but not currently authorized to practice law in the state of Texas. May I approach?
Any objections?
Yes, I object, first of all, they were obtained by fraud and they're fraudulent documents, and you know it because she knows it. Secondly, the hearsay within the hearsay I would object to, because again, those are fraudulent documents that contain matters that do not represent the truth, and you know it because she knows it. She was there. You can't just fabricate
Let me see,
documents and
Mr.
put them in
Barrett.
a tribunal and call them admissible. They're not. And I have a right to cross-examine her.
This is going to get nasty.
Objections are overruled. Admitted.
I still
Exhibits
want
A
to
through
take the
D.
witness on board her. She's not qualified, and she's definitely presenting to a tribunal documents she knows are fraudulent and obtained by fraud.
Anything else?
Respectfully request a entry of judgment of disbarment. Thank you.
Ms. Barnes, you have 15 minutes.
I would like to cross-examine the witness. She just testified.
Give your opening first.
I have a right to cross-examine her.
Jurisdiction.
Oh,
Call your witnesses if you have witnesses.
Mr. Barry.
jurisdiction, this other person,
I'm going to object.
what they said. Watch,
Ms. Barnes, you have 15 minutes.
I would like
assume that's a co-counsel.
to cross-examine the witness. She just testified.
Give your opening first.
I have a right to cross-examine her.
Jurisdiction.
She says, give your opening statement first. Something about
Call your witnesses if you have witnesses.
Mr. Barry.
I'm going to object to testifying as opposing counsel.
Well, let's see what she's
You
going
made
to.
yourself a witness by participating. Is it not true that you started talking with Guilford Jones in May of 2010, specifically about coming after me?
Pardon me, Mr. Kittner.
Yeah,
Mr. Kittner, under the rule, the material issue
I agree.
that I understand we need to address is whether there is a valid
Final judgment.
conviction, a final judgment.
I agree
If
with
there, was it a certified copy that was admitted?
Yes.
Or was it uncertified?
No, they were certified.
I would like to hear questions, if there are any, that are material to the issue of the existence of a final judgment.
That's correct. We're not going to go into the matters that, the underlying facts or any of that matter.
So
The
you
only-
don't recognize that if a
Ma'am,
judgment
ma'am,
was secured by fraud or violation of your constitutional rights, you
Ma'am.
don't still recognize that it's valid. That's not the law in Texas.
Carolyn jurisdiction.
It's not the law in Texas.
Look at that woman is sitting here trying so hard to help her. Say, Caroline, jurisdiction, you can't do this, boo. Shut the hell up.
Ma'am,
You have no
the
jurisdiction to do this.
issue before us is whether the underlying judgment against you, conviction, is final.
You already know it's on appeal. You already know that. I've already told you that it's up on appeal. That's not the issue here. The issue is you have no jurisdiction. People like DeBerry and John Bradley conflate authority and jurisdiction power. You may have the power to do anything you want, just like John Bradley and Mr. DeBerry. But that doesn't mean you have authority and jurisdiction. You can't conflate the two. That's hubris, and that's what I've been dealing with. They have the power to do whatever they want. They have proven it for 7 years. But they are usurping their power. They do not have authority. The Texas Government Code is very clear in 81.077. It can't get any clearer. When the legislature delegated their power to the Supreme Court, it said you may not create little internal rules like she's going by to disbar an attorney summarily. I am entitled to due process. I demanded my right to be heard in writing on June the 15th, 2010, and I challenge her to show you any time I ever waived any of my rights. They were stolen from me, ripped from me, and never had due process. She knows that Doug Shaver had no oath of office. She knows that Ferreira versus California was violated. That is a U.S. Supreme Court decision. You cannot take away my right to be heard. You cannot revoke a $50,000 surety bond because I prove you have no oath of office.
Ms. Barnes?
You cannot force a court-appointed
Barnes, we
lawyer
have a question.
to silence me.
I want to go back to the argument about jurisdiction. And you're right, in the plain text of the government code, it talks about felonies involving moral turpitude.
And that's the jury issue.
And so what I'd like you to address for us, and whether you prefer to do it from your chair or from the lectern, is the response is the Code Construction Act says that we look for the statute that was actually amended a bit more recent in time versus what the statute you're claiming is. Would you address that, please?
No, this is the trick you've played with moral turpitude. This was not a crime of moral turpitude, and that's why she and John Bradley and Robert McKay did all that finagling. If you
Okay, did you catch what he just said? Did you catch what he just said? He said and stated basically that the law in which you are quoting has an updated, basically, version, updated statutes, updated everything. So he's like, okay, so basically, why the heck are you using an outdated law?
no criminal law, you cannot have a deadly weapon finding unless you show during the commission of a felony there was a use or display of a weapon. Look at the indictment. It says what the law says, felony. The game they play on February 28th of 2011, when I proved the judge had no oath of office, and John Bradley and Robert McKay did their noble prosecution and completely gutted the indictment. They didn't realize when they gutted the indictment of the part they couldn't prove and said it was superfluous, when it was the heart of the indictment that made the felony. The court no longer had jurisdiction. The problem is when I proved the judge had no oath of office, he got mad, revoked my bond, threw me in jail, and they forced a court-appointed lawyer on me that John Bradley got to pick. She wouldn't investigate all the complaints we filed against Alan Schreiber.
Elements of moral turpitude.
When they got it and amended the indictment, took that out, they were only, and he says it on the record, were only alleged assault by threat. That was the problem they had. When I came back and filed my motion to dismiss, you no longer have jurisdiction because an assault by threat is a Class C misdemeanor. And in fact, because the threat was reportedly, if you don't go off my property, I'm gonna kill you or something like that, which story changed every time she told it. That was the threat the woman in the pasture made. Now, that is a Class C misdemeanor, except if the allegation is that this is a criminal trespasser on a landowner's private property. Penal Code Section 9.04 and 9.41 says the landowner has the right to make a conditional trespass warning threat. There were signs up, no trespassing. If she were on my property, she would have to circumvent a security gate that had a big bold up trespassing sign. She would have to trespass across at least a dozen land.
Hey guys, let's pause here. What do you think of all this? Oh my gosh, what do you think about this? This is crazy, y'all. This is insane. I mean, she's got an attorney sitting there. She's an attorney representing herself when she has counsel next to her who is all but wanting to just pull her butt down, but she won't shut up.
For 4 miles of coming in trespassing. You cannot take a non-threat in that situation. It's not a class C misdemeanor if you're alleging I'm a landowner and you're alleging she's a trespasser. It's no longer even a class C misdemeanor.
Redirect.
Merely exhibiting or displaying a deadly weapon when you're engaged in a non-crime doesn't make that a second-degree felony. When I filed my motion to dismiss, they knew they had a problem, but they couldn't go back to a grand jury and get a proper indictment.
Jack, she's talking about the underlying case, and we're here on motion for entry of judgment, the jurisdiction of this board.
I think she's trying to respond to Mr. Gonzalez. Hold on, both of you. Mr. Gonzalez, has your question been answered?
Now, I'd love to go back to the Code Construction Act.
Yes.
And if you could just help me understand the difference between their response and your argument that there's there's two conflicts about which we use.
This is why you have to be careful with people like this.
No,
because read her response. I read it and I went, do people really think like this? Her response was that 81.077 didn't apply, that 81.07 applied. I'm like, are you kidding me? Read 81.077 and 078 together as they're written. It's very clear. You cannot do what she's doing.
Ms. Barnes, Mr. Gonzalez was asking about the 1991 legislation 4 years after the statutes you relied on, 82.078 as in David. Are you ready to respond about 82078?
You can't retroactively apply that.
The legislature adopted that statute in 1991. Do you have any contentions why that should not be applied?
You cannot disbar an attorney by claiming there was more turpitude when there was not. That is the fraud they have been running. Just like if you look in her pleadings, she just testified to under oath, she conflates it again.
You filed briefs in the Supreme Court making that argument, and that was rejected, was it not?
No, I never, that was the point of Freda, that you know because she knows.
And then you filed a motion for rehearing.
No,
Oh,
y'all disbarred me on February 28, 2011.
Ms. Barnes.
I was never allowed to be heard, and I had a court-appointed lawyer forced on me in violation of Freda versus California.
Ms. Barnes, listen
You cannot
carefully.
force a court-appointed lawyer on someone.
You're not answering my
Silence.
question. My question is this: did you not file handwritten briefs in the Texas Supreme Court that are matters of record available online and in the files of the Supreme Court?
What are you
making
talking
these
about? I have
arguments
filed with a
that
habeas
were-
corpus appeals.
No,
These more
appeals from
Ms.
specific.
Barnes,
appeals
please.
from the Boda decision, and the Supreme Court
Zip it. I need to get a zipper and put it across the screen for zip it.
rejected your arguments, and you filed handwritten
Oh,
motions for
please.
rehearing, and those were rejected, were they not?
Oh, please, we're gonna hold someone in
Oh, please, are we pulling a Queen Elizabeth? Oh, please.
prison. No files, no access to the library, nothing. We're gonna run in and do this little underhanded crap, convince Boda, whoever that was, because I wasn't allowed to be there. I really liked the order that said Miss Barnes was noticed but failed to appear. Like, you know, I'm sitting in the penitentiary of a crime I didn't commit because of this type of crap going on in the practice of law that y'all won't do anything about.
The
You
question
won't
was
do
about the
anything about
Supreme
the crap.
Court. The question was about the Supreme Court. Did the
What?
Supreme Court not deny each of your motions for rehearing?
It is not moral turpitude. A jury would never find that was moral turpitude. They again went on her allegations, just like Jeff Rose in his opinion. That was never in the indictment. I was never indicted under 9.05. There was no allegation that the shots were fired at her. She never said that. She continues to say it. Jeff Rose says it. Why? Because the media said it. Why? Because the prosecutor put that in the media. The witness never said that, even though she was paid over $5,500 that was never disclosed from misappropriated state funds, even though she was taken out to my property while I was being held in a solitary confinement and tampered with None of this disclosed to me. The fact that she had a master's degree in acting and directing, none of that was disclosed to me.
Elements.
Mr.
It's
Quetta,
not
is
moral
Mr. Quetta,
turpitude.
is your
A
question been answered?
non-crime is
No,
not
but I'm
moral
satisfied.
turpitude.
Okay, thank you very
If
much.
you think it's moral turpitude,
Ms.
you
Barnes.
just say it every
Ms.
foreigner
Barnes.
out there that tells someone, if you don't get off my property, I'm gonna kill you when
The BS meter is up. We hit it. We're about ready to go code red on this woman.
you're trespassing, then that's moral turpitude. That's what you're saying. She is twisting around, just like the prosecutor had to do.
Elements. Mens rea.
There is, I briefed moral turpitude.
Her co-counsel or whatever she is trying so hard to save her butt, but it ain't happening.
It's not moral turpitude. Matter of fact, y'all had a lawyer in San Antonio that actually shot a process server in the back. And y'all said that wasn't moral turpitude. He gets full due process. He got full due process. From day one, I've never had due process. I didn't get to have my defense put it in trial. I didn't get to call my witness.
First of all, I want to say this. She is a lawyer. Why is she dressed like a hick that just came off the ranch? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with us hicks who come off the ranch, but that attire in and of itself before the counsel that she is in front of, he's about ready to get disbarred and she's fighting for herself and she's dressed like she just literally has come off the ranch going to a Walmart.
I didn't get to confront the perjury on appeal. Jeff Rose again. Jeff Rose had blocked every one of my appeals for over 5 years.
Ms. Barnes, hold on just a second. Do we have any other questions from anybody on the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
And within 4
Okay,
days of me filing a
Barnes.
motion to
Ms.
recuse,
Barnes.
he filed a retaliatory opinion.
Thank you very much.
You can't deny someone due process like you are. You do not have jurisdiction.
Thank you, Ms.
You
Barnes.
have no jurisdiction, no
Please be
authority.
seated. Please be seated. Mr. Barry, do you have anything else you want to offer?
Well, at this time, I disrespectfully request that the board deny her motion to dismiss or transfer venue.
Thank you very much.
And I still renew my request to cross-examine Mr. Berry because she knows the documents she put in are fraudulent and the testimony she presented to the board was not truthful. And I have the letter from Hope, State of Texas, Hope Andrade, proving again, which she's been served many times, as have y'all.
Do you have anything else you want to offer from an evidentiary
Yes.
standpoint?
Yes, Doug Saber had no oath of office.
Why don't you mark it in?
Ballot judgment.
Why don't you mark it in and we'll take a look at it.
Mr. Kittner,
Yes, ma'am.
if you don't mind, I'm the legal abuse syndrome.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I am the legal abuse syndrome advocate for Ms. Barnes.
Are you a licensed attorney?
No, I am not, but it is my duty as an advocate to, when she becomes triggered, it is my duty to clarify for her because she gets so triggered, it's not understandable, which I understand. In her brief, she says, in answer to Mr. Gonzalez's question, that the elements of moral turpitude are number one.
I'm going to object to Ms. Andrews testifying or arguing in this case at all. I don't think she has any certification that would qualify her to do so.
As a legal abuse syndrome advocate, I do have the right to clarify for her when she triggers. And Mr. Gonzalez, I just simply want to answer the elements of mens rea, moral turpitude, because it's very difficult for her to focus on just the issue. The mens rea, Mr. Gonzalez, is number one, an element that must be proven. So the mens rea, it must state the specific intent. The act must be accompanied by evil intent, depraved or vicious motive, or corrupt mind associated with moral turpitude. This was never brought up nor proved in the trial. It's not part of the judgment. Number two, the assault statute must require a level of harm which must be more than offensive. Touching, Ms. Barnes never touched anybody. Those are
Share this. It's cute. What is it not working? It's too cute.
what?
I'll take the oath. I have,
Back it up. And then we'll go into court.
what you
We will
want to
take,
hear.
This is just unbelievable. I would call Desi Andrews as a witness. Did Doug Saber have an oath of office?
No, he did not.
Did we prove he had an
I'm
oath of
gonna
office?
judge-
wait.
I'll take the oath. I have personal firsthand information concerning Mr. Shaver's oath.
I'm going to object because whether Ms. Doug Shaver had an oath of office is not an issue at this hearing today. It's just whether this judgment is final.
if
The
you,
case law is clear that if he had no oath of office, the judgment is null and void ab initio. That
Ms.
is
Barnes,
cut and
Ms.
dry
Barnes.
law.
unless you have any evidence relating to the finality of the underlying judgment, we're,
A fraudulent judgment can never be final, and you know it's up on appeal. We already covered that last time.
thank you very
Chair,
much.
the matter.
I agree. I agree. We'll take all the pending motions under advisement and advise you of our ruling. Thank you very much. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Oh, and she did get this.
I couldn't help but seeing the headline. So
I can't either. Love you, Edie. I think to pull you in on this. So this is the court. It says it's still live on break. Yes, there's coming back in. But anyway, okay, they're bringing the witness. Oh, she got disbarred, by the way. Just FYI, the woman got disbarred. Seriously, totally disbarred. It was like, "Eek, you're out of here." And she did get yeeted. She is no longer an husband.
I'm sure in the courtroom.
Diane. Here. Oh, wow, that was intense. Now, please don't get so over and going for membership. It does start at 99 cents a month, $9.99. And we are doing this on the level that's full, and we will be doing that. Trying to get the end next week. We're going to start rolling in.
Thank you, you may be seated.
We'll be working on that.
And we are beginning the cross-examination of Lieutenant Winbush.
Now, is it better that I stop the court feed? I was in the middle of thanking all my current membership people. I bless you and I thank you for your support. It means the world to all of us content creator. Yeah, it's something to do when, and it's not just us, when I have the feed running, it tends to be wonky. So now,
Good morning.
I guess we're waiting for the next.
Do you know when
I do.
Mr. Isbelle was arrested?
There we go.
Maybe sometime around, it was February 2nd, sometime that morning,
Really early morning,
maybe.
and was he taken to homicide?
To my knowledge, should have been taken to homicide.
Were you at his house when he was arrested?
No.
That you came in to homicide though to talk with him?
Yes.
What time did you get to homicide?
Oh, that morning,
The wee hours of the morning or?
Now,
it was closer to maybe around 7 sometime that morning, something around there.
And while you were arriving, was he in that room in homicide waiting on
Should have been.
you? And I noticed his hands were cuffed, right?
Correct.
And there was a bench in that room, I could see, it was across the table from you and Officer Boyd, that he was on.
Yes.
The bench is about, didn't look to be very wide.
It had decent width,
It's
Wide.
made for comfort, isn't it?
wide enough in the lay on.
And I noticed that his legs seemed to be shackled to the wall,
You know, shackled to the bench.
shackled to the bench.
Yes.
I just wondered why it was sticking out like that. Did he have room to?
To move?
It was right at the first, yeah.
Yeah, he had moved, he had enough room to lay down.
And when you came in to talk with him, was, you were gonna ask him questions,
Correct.
interrogate him,
Interview.
interview him. Okay, that's a nicer word there.
Yes, but that's what I do.
Okay. And you want a person that you are interviewing to believe you.
Do I want them to believe me?
You want them to believe you're being straight with them.
Don't matter if they believe me or not, because they know.
That's, well, where, do you get any training in how to interview people?
I have not.
No training at all in any particular type of technique?
I mean, I guess you could say the course of my career is training, but to go to a certain school, I never did.
On the job training?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the REID technique, R-E-I-D?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay, and that's a method of interrogation, is it not?
From what I've heard, but I've never had that training.
But you've never studied it at all?
No.
Okay. Well, when you were asking Brandon questions, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a confession?
When
That's your purpose, to get him to confess?
the purpose is to get them to tell me what happened.
Okay. And that, in your view, is to confess?
It depends on what happened.
Okay. And
I don't know what happened to the volume. This used to have a better volume in court. However, right now, I am having to gain it up almost 100%. See what I can do. Let's see if this has helped.
does that mean that you have him tell you what happened, or do you tell him what happened?
It's a conversation between the person and I.
I'm sorry, man.
It's a conversation between the person and I, so in that case, it would be a conversation
Amy Evans, is this any better?
between Brandon and I.
And that conversation, are you looking for
Fact.
truth?
Obviously looking for the truth.
Well, did you already know the truth?
Some of it.
When you started, we'll go back to the first. When you started, did you already know the truth?
No.
He was told that you knew what happened.
Of course.
Of course? Okay. So when you told him that you already knew what happened, you wanted him to believe that?
Well, when I told him I knew what happened, I didn't know if he would believe it or not.
Okay, but that was your purpose in telling him that you wanted him to believe that you already knew what had happened, and you were giving him a chance to say it.
Yes.
Okay. But that wasn't true, was it?
Not all. I didn't know everything that happened, no.
And when you started talking with him, I noticed you gave him his advice of rights.
Correct.
Was he being cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. And you read his advice of rights, or had him read it?
Yes.
And what did his advice of rights basically say?
He could talk to us if he wants to, and if he don't, he doesn't have to.
Okay. But he didn't have to waive his rights to talk with you.
If I was going to ask accusatory questions, yes, he had to raise his voice.
But I mean, he had the choice. He could say, no.
Yes, he had the choice.
But he didn't do that, did he?
He did not.
Talked to
He did.
him. And when you wanted to search his phone, you would have had to get a warrant to search that phone, wouldn't you?
Correct.
But he told you, I can see it, go ahead and search my phone.
Correct.
So he was being cooperative.
Yes, it was.
But he wasn't saying the things that you wanted him to say yet, was he?
Everything you said, I wanted him to say.
He wasn't saying the things that, that you guys were telling him.
What did we
You
tell him?
wanna go back through all these things? You know, when you say you threw him in the river, you did, how many times was he told he was lying?
A lot.
A lot. How many times was he told that you threw the baby in the river?
I haven't counted, but it was a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me rephrase that, because we asked him, did he toss the baby in the river? And once he said he did, then we reinstated that he did. But initially, we asked him, did he throw the baby in the river?
Boyd was in there with you, wasn't he?
Some of the time, yes.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
He was coughing a lot, was he sick?
I don't know.
It was during COVID, wasn't it? Yes.
I don't know
Yeah,
if he
it's
was,
COVID.
I don't know if he was sick. I don't think I'm his doctor.
And the last part of the advice of rights was that no promises or threats, no pressure or coercion
Correct.
was what? Was put on him to sign this waiver of rights?
Correct.
Well, why is that important?
Because he has to do it of his own free will.
Has to do it of his own free will. And if he's doing it of his own free will, what is it, more reliable?
No, it just means we didn't force him to do it.
Okay. But you didn't force him to. Why is that important?
Because if I forced him to do it, then that's not within the law. I can't force him to do anything.
You're forcing somebody to do something that wouldn't be within the law.
Correct.
And it wouldn't produce reliable results.
Results still might be reliable.
Well, I noticed that at the time those advice of rights are given and signed, and when he's saying, I haven't been under any pressure or coercion or promises made or threats, well, the questioning hadn't started yet, had it?
It can't start until then.
Well, you did this right at the first, when you're fixing to question a man on a homicide, right? You did the advice of rights first up.
Right, first, so we can ask questions.
Okay. So all that about him saying he wasn't coerced or threatened or made promises, that was before you ever questioned him.
Right.
And that's where the threats or promises or coercion, that's where the real danger is, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
In the statement itself. That's an easy one.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but Judge.
Is there an objection?
The danger of the coercion.
Objection, I don't think the witness understood the question.
Let me repeat it. Thank you. The danger of coercion coming into play and producing a statement that isn't reliable, that comes during questioning, doesn't it?
It could.
And what this advice of rights is for is to prepare him for the questioning, right?
Yes.
And to protect you.
Yes.
Well, why it important that threats aren't used?
Say that again.
Why is it important that threats are not used?
Because if you threaten somebody, it's possible that they'll say it.
I'll be honest, Amy, in my humblest of opinion, became alligator food, fish food. I don't want to get graphic, I'm trying to be a little, hello, sweet Magnolia. Hello, darling. Yeah, at this point, unless she's, and then if she's actually out of the water at this point, probably became either alligator or buzzard food. I'm not trying to be horrible, but I mean, that's the reality of where we are right now with the remains. They may find a part of a skull or part of something somewhere down the line if by chance a person walks by and sees it. Other than that, I have little to no hope that this poor baby will ever be found. And if, like I said, it's sad. It's just devastatingly sad.
To avoid the threat.
Pretty much right when this started, I noted that he was told he would be dodging dicks for the next 50 years. How was, if he didn't talk to you, he didn't tell you what you wanted to hear?
No, it wasn't said like that. No, it was, that statement was said, it wasn't said by me. But that statement was said.
You would say your brothers. We watched it here, right?
Right.
Jury saw it, right?
I said it was said. It just wasn't said by me.
Was that pressure?
It could be.
Would you agree that this is a fair statement? One of the things that people fear about prison is being raped. A man,
Reasonable people, I think, have that fear.
that's fear. And that's what he was told, was gonna be dodging dicks. That's what was meant by that statement, was it not?
He said he could be.
He was told, was he not, that there were cameras out there. And there were some cameras, weren't
Yeah, cameras all over the city.
there? And the purpose of telling about those cameras was to make him believe he had been seen on camera.
Yes.
But there wasn't any cameras where you went to look for the baby, was
There were cameras there. I'm not sure if they were working.
there? Yeah, I believe we said earlier they weren't working. And so you wouldn't have seen him take the baby down to the river with you.
No.
Because there wasn't a camera that was working there.
No, didn't see him take the baby down to the river.
But he was told that there was a camera,
He was.
and that wasn't true.
No, that was not true.
What about, on Levi and Sedgwick, where Danielle's car was?
Yes.
He was told there were cameras there,
Yes.
but there weren't, was there?
I don't believe so.
So, in essence, you were telling him, we know what happened, there's cameras there. You gotta tell us this.
Yes.
And the this was, you told him what you wanted him to say.
I told them there was cameras there, so did I want him to say there were cameras there?
Was there any, and look, I'm gonna concede something right here. Yours was much better than boys, okay? Yours, you weren't as bad as him. But, yeah, okay. Boyd Boyd was worse than you were in the question.
So when an objection is made, it is customary for you to wait for me to rule on said objection
Thank you.
after you've responded.
You're right.
So there's an objection,
This sounds like testimony and not a question. Judge.
and your response is,
I'm rewording it.
thank you and sustain.
It wasn't you that said, you'll be dodging dicks.
No, I didn't say that.
Was Mr. Isabelle told that people would be looking at him like he was an effing monster?
Yes.
How did you told that? How did that further your investigation?
Asked him how he wanted to be viewed. If he wanted to be viewed like a monster or somebody with remorse.
Were there a lot of questions asked that didn't further the investigation as to who was responsible for the shootings and the debate?
Repeat.
Were there questions asked that weren't directed toward finding the baby? Or whether or not he committed these offenses?
Yeah, there were additional questions that.
Would it be fair to say that at times Officer Boyd's questions and statements were a bit over the top?
I don't think so.
It's okay to tell him he's got some dicks? It's okay to tell him that?
I mean, it's a reality that could be there.
So that would scare him
It could.
and scare him into saying what you were scheduled to use the truth. But
To
you
scare
didn't.
him into telling us the truth. Yes, it could.
How long did you guys question him?
It was several hours.
7 hours?
Several.
Several, more like 10?
No, I don't think it was 10.
Think about it a little bit.
Did we question him for 10 hours or was he there for 10 hours?
Well, okay, was he there in that room for 10 hours?
For the most part, yeah, we did take him to the boat dock, so he wasn't in the room at that time. But yeah, but we had him somewhere around 10 hours.
And he had been in that room while he was waiting for you to arrive.
Yes.
Do you know of any interrogation that was done of him then?
No, it wasn't any.
And that would have, when he arrived, would have been the early morning hours of February 2nd?
Yeah, sometime around that time. Yeah, February 2nd.
Well, the reason I asked that, I'm trying to figure here, just assume that he got up at 8 o'clock in the morning. We can make it later if you want. Assume he got up at 8 o'clock. How many hours would he have been up when you were asking questions?
A long time.
A long time. Is a person able to be influenced more when they're tired like that? Influenced to tell your truth.
Influence to tell the truth.
The truth.
The truth. Not my truth. The truth.
Well, if that were so, I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you, but a little bit I am. Because he told you something at the very start and you didn't accept it.
I didn't.
So it was your truth you wanted to hear, not what he was saying.
I didn't want to hear what he said, I wanted to hear the truth. There's a difference,
How did you know the truth when you were starting this interrogation?
because at that time, I knew Danielle was no longer with us. And he said he met her and that she left, and he didn't know where she was, which was not the truth.
You didn't know that at the time.
I did know that at that time.
You knew that he was responsible for it?
No, I didn't know he was responsible for it. I knew he knew that she was no longer with us.
Okay, all right. So you were trying to get him to say then that he was responsible for the person that was shot?
I was trying to get him to tell me the truth, whether he was responsible or somebody else was responsible.
And he was told that the only thing that could save him was to tell the truth.
He was told that.
Save him from what? All those 50 years of dicks?
Not necessarily. It could save him from whatever his imagination would come up with.
You weren't going to stop until you got him to say what you wanted to hear, were you?
I was going to stop once we found the baby until it was realized we weren't going to find the baby.
Did he get time to rest?
Yes,
When he got time to rest, was he on that little bench
yes,
with his hands and feet shackled?
yes.
Is it true that he wouldn't stop, would, the yelling at him was not going to stop until he said what you wanted to hear?
That's not true.
When was it gonna stop?
How much yelling was done? We didn't yell at him the whole time. Most of
Yelling
the
at him
time.
the whole time?
I said we did not yell at him the whole time. Most of the time, it was a simple conversation. There was a little yelling in there, and there was a little emphasis put in there, but it wasn't a constant yelling.
You weren't as bad about it as your partner was, boy,
Wasn't bad about what?
yelling.
Say that.
You, how tall are you?
6'3".
6'3"?
Yeah.
Way up there big. And look in pretty good shape,
Decent.
physical shape.
Decent.
Would you consider that you may be an intimidating presence?
Well, I don't know.
What about boys? You about the same size?
Boy is a little smaller.
He's smart. Smart but loud.
Loud, yes.
Miss Isabelle kept saying that he left the baby at the river, and that wouldn't be what you want to hear, right?
We wanted the truth. Because from the moment he told us he took the baby to the river, we had people at the river searching for the baby.
And so You didn't accept that he had taken, I think it was at the gate, left the baby at the gate. Was that
A little bit past the gate.
a little bit past the gate?
That was what he originally said.
And was it you or boy that kept saying, did you put the baby in water?
Initially, I think it's boy. I think so.
I believe you're right. So what you were wanting to hear was where the baby was, I guess.
Yes, we wanted the truth about what he did with the baby.
Well, you eventually said, well, I took the baby down toward the river, right?
Yes.
And then, was it boy that started saying, you put the baby in the water?
Well, I think that question came after he said he placed the baby near the water, and then we started trying to figure out, did it get placed in the water?
Asked, did you hear the splash?
Yes, we did.
How many times did he say, you know you threw the baby in the river?
I don't know.
Much, right? Is he fair? So that's not really a question, that's an accusation, isn't it?
Correct.
And so is that what your truth was, that you all were looking for, as opposed to what he said? What you got to say?
We were looking for the truth, not just what he said, because he said a lot of stuff that we know wasn't the truth.
And how would you know the truth when you weren't there?
But if you tell me that you did something and the person that you're supposed to did it with at the time you say you did it is unalive, then I know that's not the truth.
I'm trying to digest that just a little bit. It seems the information that Mr. Isabelle gave you guys from the start was cooperative. Right? He told you that, that he got threatening text.
That he got what?
He got a threatening text.
Yes.
And he told you that he went to his mom with Ortiz.
Yes.
And they gave the brother of Danielle Hall the address of it to his mother and father's house.
Yes.
And that was cooperative, wasn't it?
Yes.
And he told you that Ortiz had a handgun,
Yes.
black and silver,
Yes.
Smith and Wesson, 40 cal.
I don't think he ever knew the caliber.
40, okay, well, you found it though, right?
Correct.
That
Correct.
was cooperative.
Yes.
Lion baseball bat,
Yes.
machete type, large blade in the car.
Oh, I never saw that.
But anyway, those things were cooperative.
They were.
Back when he went over to Artesius was cooperative.
It was.
Back when he came back home was cooperative.
It was.
So by that time you already knew the truth. Is that right?
I knew part of it. I knew some truth.
I always heard half truths were really dangerous things. Have you heard that?
That's why we kept going for the whole truth.
the baby's hat, was it found there at the boat ramp?
Yes,
Was it found before he said it was there?
yes, I think so.
That's right. Was it found before you told him it was found there?
Yes,
And after that is when he told you the baby's hat fell off at the back room.
yes,
What you told him, it hadn't been found down there. And you knew it was his. You knew that it was the baby's.
I told him that first.
When? That was going on pretty much before the first one. I mean, I know there was a long, long time he's being questioned, so where in that chain
First,
of
when we asked him what the baby was wearing, we asked him about the hat. Is that what you?
I'm just trying to get some timelines down to find out what he told you, who told you that first. You know, if you told him, then he told you. If he just told you, pursuant to your investigation, asking questions, seeking the truth. No threats, coercion.
I don't recall specifically about that hat being, I know we talked about it, the hat was there, because he eventually said it fell off her head when he was running down there with her.
And the timeline he told you about, that was corroborated as well, wasn't it?
No,
By GPS.
no, that's when I told him I knew where he was at certain times. Because at the first time, I told him his timeline was off.
GPS, what, works on a phone? Is that what?
It can if GPS is on the phone.
So GPS shows where the phone is?
At least, yes, at least the phone.
And where he told you he was consistent with the GPS, was it not?
Yes, some of them places.
I couldn't help but think that when I was watching this at the end, and even during it, that his head down like he was tired. Do you think he was tired during any of this? Well, now, my figures are it was about 32 hours without, if he got up at 8 in the morning the previous day. About 32 hours, is that about right? From 8 till 8 24, and then about till 2:30 or so the next day.
I don't know what time he got up.
So he hadn't been, I mean, he didn't have a lot of rest, did
I don't know.
he?
I don't know how much rest he had prior to coming in contact with me.
How do you know he told you that he threw the baby in the water? How do you know that's the truth versus he just wanted you to stop?
Oh, I still don't know if he ever threw the baby in the water.
Exactly. By this time, you'd already decided what the truth was. You already knew what you knew. You knew half the truth.
Half the truth about what?
Half the truth about whatever he was saying. You knew that things he had told you had been cooperating.
Some of it.
A lot of it. There were some missing parts, though, weren't there?
Yes.
And those missing parts is where this interrogation was done again or what?
Because we want to find the baby. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the Levi and Sedgwick scene, and I'm referring to the butler.
So Levi said, you saying there's missing parts from that? Levi and Cedric, you're saying that there's missing parts from that scene? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to get an understanding of your question.
My question is you already knew that he was responsible for shooting her?
Yes, I think he admitted to shooting her.
That was on into the interrogation where you were asking her, right?
Yeah, it was on into it, yes.
He'd already given you corroborating information. It was being cooperative before that.
He was.
All right, I'm gonna move on from that area of question.
Okay.
You knew about Artesia. Did you not while you were questioning him, the girlfriend?
What did I know about him?
No, I mean,
You say
you knew about her.
Yeah, I know about her.
And you knew that you were told she was upset.
Yes.
And she was upset about the situation that was going on with Brandon and his other women.
Yes.
And the women had children by him.
Yes.
Right. And you knew that he was in love with her.
Yeah, I knew they was in a relationship. I can't say I knew he was in love with her.
Okay. All right. I know that during the interrogation, during the interview, he was told that sometimes we let emotions get the better of us. Why was he told that?
Because sometimes people let the emotions get the better of them.
And when they let those emotions get the better of them, they react.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
And Brendan said in that interview with you that he was trying to get his life situation to work. That's this drama that we were talking about earlier, right?
Okay.
And that he was in a divorce,
Yes.
child custody, child support,
Yes.
and females didn't want him.
Yes.
That was our teacher, right?
Yes.
He told you that this was nothing he planned on doing that day,
He did say that.
that he was thinking too fast and reacted.
He said that.
He also said, I believe, that it was not his intent to push the baby into the river.
He said that.
I think it was Officer Boyd that kept saying he threw the baby into the river, was it not?
I think we both had our moments where we said he threw or tossed the baby in the river.
And that's what we said at the start of this cross-examination. He was told that many, many times. You threw the baby in the river. No matter what he said, you threw the baby in the river. right? He told you something else, he said he was a liar.
Right, so at the beginning, we asked, did you? And once he said he put the baby down there by the river, that's when, did you put the baby in the river started coming.
Is that when he'd been up 30 hours or 32?
I don't know how long he was up.
Don't you think that has something to do with the reliability of what you're being told?
No, not if all I want to hear is the truth.
Question's been asked and answered multiple
Your
times.
objection is asked and answered. Your response, Mr. Mackey?
I can move on.
Withdrawn, thank you.
I don't think it's been asked a lot of times, but I'll move on. Thank you, sir. Okay, questions?
I just have a few. So what are you looking for when you have an interview with a defendant?
So once we start gathering facts that we can put against what we're being told, we're looking for the truth. We're looking for the truth that happened. So just like at the moment we had Brett and Isabelle and they're talking to him, we're trying to get the truth. We also felt like another person could have been involved, which is the reason we asked them repeatedly, who else did you tell? Did you do this by yourself? Who put you up to this? But we're trying to get the truth.
And when he gives you a story that's off, a little ridiculous, what do you usually do with that?
We keep going because we know that story is not true.
And do you have facts?
I already have facts that we could put against what he's saying. Without the facts, then we don't know.
So you confront him with facts?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the baby Kennedy down by the river, what did you know about the river when you started talking to him? What did y'all found by the river?
The baby's head.
And so is that why you confronted him about the river?
No, actually, that's where he told us he took it. Prior to, we saw an image that looked like his car head over that way, from, I think, a RTCC camera. And that's why we were asking them down by there. And once he showed on the tablet that I had where he said he placed the baby, that's why we went to there to look for the baby.
And when you guys went down there, did you find the baby where he said he placed it?
No.
But you found what?
A hat that the baby was wearing.
So did you guys feel like it was a great leap of logic that he may have thrown the baby in the river?
Yeah, once getting down there and seeing how the terrain was, as we were walking down there during the daytime, people were slipping, so we didn't think logically at night during that time somebody walking down there would be able to go. So we felt like he probably tossed it from around about where the hat was, or maybe a little bit, a step or two past.
Do you look for things generally to corroborate? Because Ms. Matthews is talking about corroboration, to corroborate what a suspect is telling you.
Yes.
And when he's telling you, I want to go to Levi Sedgwick, because what did you find at Levi Sedgwick?
Found Danielle's car along with Danielle.
And what had happened to Danielle?
Danielle had been murdered.
And what did you know about this defendant as it relates to Danielle that night?
That he was the last person that she met with. We knew that they met at the MAPCO. We knew that they left the MAPCO and went to that location.
Who was the first one to mention shooting Danielle?
He was. Brandon Isabelle, let me refer to.
And do you remember what he told you about his gun?
Well, I know he said when he was explaining the story for the second time, and he said that he shot her, and we asked why. He said he didn't want the baby, and then he told us that he left the gun at Artisha's house. Once we did a search warrant on Artisha's house, and we did not find the gun, so we knew that wasn't true, that he didn't leave the gun there. And then after questioning him some more about it, he eventually told us he threw it in the river.
And was the gun ever found?
No,
Was baby Kennedy ever found?
no.
Do you know about any shell casings or any other evidence that was found?
That was at the, on Sedgwick, yes. Shell casings were found there.
Was that consistent with anything that you guys found in his car that was at Stacy?
Yes, found a holster in his car, found another Glock magazine in his car.
But no gun.
No gun.
And these things we're talking about, are these what we call corroboration?
Yes,
To make sure that what he's telling you actually did occur?
yes.
And talking about his shoes, what did he tell you about his shoes that he's wearing?
He said he, after leaving Danielle to Sedgwick, he went home and changed clothes. Changed his jacket, changed his shoes, put his shoes in the trunk of his car and left his jacket hanging in his closet.
What did he say about what might be on the shoes?
He said he was leaving the shoes in the car because of possible evidence of blood was on Danielle's blood.
And what did you find in his trunk at the car at Stacy?
The shoes he took off, slides, the deep slides with the blood on.
Where did he tell you he went after he said he threw baby Kennedy in the river?
He went to Walgreens.
What did you find at Walgreens?
Found video of, well, no, didn't get the video of Walgreens. Found a receipt from Walgreens with things that he bought for Artisha.
What did he tell you to do with the things he bought for Artisha at Walgreens?
Took them to her house.
What did you find at her house?
The things he bought at Walgreens.
What did he tell you he did with the car seat that he took baby Kennedy out of before he threw her in the river?
Took it to Walmart.
What
And
did you
left it by
find?
the dumpster.
Sorry. What did you find at Walmart?
The car seat.
And is that what you're looking for generally, is corroboration of what he's saying and getting to the truth?
Yes.
Are you aware, Artisha was being interviewed at the same time, is that right?
Correct.
I think you said that. She was also being interviewed for a long, long time, right?
Correct.
Did she confess to murder?
No.
Thanks, sir. I have no question.
Mr. Massey?
Thank you, Your Honor. The last set of transcripts that we looked at, guys or age, for the interrogation and the interview that you were doing,
The last
sixth one,
The sixth one.
that was the last one, right?
Correct.
And that one, Mr. Isbelle said he accidentally shot Danielle.
He did.
Was that the truth? You don't really know, do you?
Yeah. Because you don't accidentally shoot somebody multiple times.
I'm trying to understand how you know what the truth is.
But
It-
things
it's
that he
consistent
said
with
that
the
we
truth?
corroborated.
But before, you said that he said, I shot her.
He did,
Okay. But at the end, he says he accidentally shot her.
of course. And that's what he said at the end. But that's far from over.
So the of course, does that mean that whatever he says you expect is not true?
No. Can't say that because if I believe he said when he said he shot her, it's to be true. And that's true. After later on, he decided to say it was an accident, but he didn't say it the first time when he said he shot her.
But the statement appears to be the only direct proof that he shot her.
The statement of him saying he shot her?
Just the statement, yeah. The rest of it's circumstantial. Direct statements, he saying I shot her.
Yeah, he said he shot her.
And he tells you over here he accidentally shot her at the end.
Yeah. A few hours later, he said it was an accident.
You have a little bit of rest before this,
A little bit
from their bench.
on the bench, yep.
said, earlier in the questioning, that you told him a cap was at the river before he told you. To get found out, that the cap was found out, right?
It could have went that way, yes.
But you didn't find the baby yet.
No, we did not find the baby.
Other than at the end of 10 hours of questioning, 30-some hours of being up, him saying he threw the baby in the river, what proof do you have the baby was at the river?
Well, the cap that we found at the river had the same print of the gloves from the baby that was in the baby seat that we found at Walmart.
Well, do you know testing was done on the,
I do not know.
never let us know, would you think? The
He let us-
DNA, right?
He let us know.
Couple other questions, John.
Just have a couple things. He initially said that he shot Danielle because he didn't want the baby, right?
Correct.
Was that kind of early on in the interrogation?
Yes.
Then, some hours later, he says, what about shooting Danielle?
It was an accident.
It was an accident. That's later on, right?
Correct.
Accidentally shooting somebody is like way less bad than shooting someone intentionally, is that right?
Correct.
You guys didn't coerce him into improving his story a bit, right?
No.
He kind of came up with that on his own as as time went on, is that right?
I think he came up with the whole thing as time went on.
I want to clarify one thing, is Mr. Massey was talking about 10 hours of questioning. You guys weren't questioning him for 10 hours.
Correct.
And I know it's not the Marriott, but he can sleep on the bench, and he was in fact sleeping on the bench, was he not?
Correct.
And at the end of that statement, because when we finished that sixth piece that we heard today, that was at about 7 minute, I can't remember, 7-something minute mark, right?
Yes.
The rest of the time on there, are you guys questioning any more after that?
No.
For those last couple hours, you're just sitting there waiting to be booked or whatever.
Waiting to be transported.
Okay. No further questions.
So there's a difference in saying, I shot somebody or I accidentally shot somebody.
Yeah.
It's a difference.
So if I'm going to fire my gun out and I'm cleaning it and I walk by Miss Fuchs and I think it's unloaded and it didn't boom and I shoot her. And you come and ask me, Mr. Massey, why'd you do it? How'd that happen? I shot her. I did, right?
Right. I said, how did it happen?
It's an accident. And I would have said I shot her first.
Would you?
So which one was it? Was it an
Would
accident
you
or was it
say
I
you
shot
shot
her
her
first?
first? Most people I know, they say what the truth is first when they decide to tell it.
You guys didn't tell him the truth from the start, did you?
Why should we have to tell them the truth? Out of everybody out there, the only person who knows what happened is him. So he tells us the truth, right?
No other questions, John?
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
And now we break. We get stretched, and you know what. Not talk about anything we did today. Johnson. If you need to stand up in the middle of this, it's perfectly fine. You don't have to sit for 4 hours straight and not stretch a bit. I do it, remember? So it's fine. I'll see you guys in a bit. Don't overdo it, and if you need coffee or water, let us know.
do is, let's see what time they're going to be back.
You all may be seated. Ms. Hughes, I checked on that situation you asked me about, and I was assured that there will be security in place in the building tomorrow. The Sheriff's Department is well aware of what we have going on, and they are going to take care of us as they have all week and each and every day. Thank you. It is now 12:33. Let's report back at 1:42. 1:42. See you then. Thank you.
What's that, recess?
Okay, wait. I clicked out. When did she say?
We have going on, and they are going to take care of us as they have all week and each and every day. Thank you. It is now 12:33. Let's report back at 1:42. 1:42. See you then. Thank you.
What's that?
We'll be on the road when we come back into court. Because I do have to, what I'm looking for, do have to be on the road by 1:15. I have to get luggage packed and all that good stuff. Oh. Yeah, gotta do that. Gotta do that. Get trying to change something. Something to go. Right. Change it. Okay. Wonderful. All right, Ada, I've been long. Well, I would be back 1:30-ish. 1:30-ish. 1:40. But we're good at the moment. I think what we're gonna do is everybody, like we do in the before, we're going to put on the lunch break. I'm gonna go grab food. I'm pack. I'll be back before I say goodbye. And then we'll have another mod hop in. We'll leave this feed up and running live time so the mod can use that feed if need be, or they can put their own feed up. It's all up to the mod. I will be in my car and popping in and out to say hi from the vehicle. For those of you who don't know, my sister Love is going through some rough times medically, and we are going to go to her sister's up north Dallas area. Spend the weekend. He needs to see her. We're all three of us are adopted children, so but she's going to see her sister and spend some time with her. She hasn't, wow, and we're going to pour love into Jenny. So we're going to do that. So we'll see everybody in a few. Do not panic. We're all going to go on a quick lunch break. Let me go ahead and get the BS meter off of the screen. God, I had it up there. I need to my mods, Angela, if you're hearing me, when you come into StreamYard, you will see something underneath the overlay, something called QR codes. I have downloaded them. The one I'm keeping up and running right now is our Discord. It is our Discord code. So it's up there for you guys. It is. ADK Media is up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and put us into a lunchtime jam video clip. We're going to go on a lunch break. We will be back shortly. Y'all, thanks for joining. Appreciate you. want to go ahead? I will leave. Wow. Can't you hear me? Is this better? Maybe the sound was too low. Angela, thank you so much for hopping in. Hello, lovely. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. All right, guys, I'll see y'all in a little bit. Hey, Angela, I need you to mute that screen. Thank you. That material got me copyright striked. For all of you who don't know, the music on Court TV is copyrighted, so that's why I never play the music, because I will get a copyright hit. It won't hurt me, but it will stop me from monetizing. So it's okay, no big problem. But thank you so much, love. We are getting ready to leave town and headed out, so I am here in the background. I will be watching. If you want to put on our easy listening from our music selection, we can do that. All right, guys, I'll see you in a minute.
Welcome back. Feeling good? Cool. Good. Don't go to sleep on me if they start setting off these lights, all right? That's all I ask. State Tennessee, please call your next victims.
The state calls Officer Ronald Blake.
Officer Blake, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat, watch your step. Go ahead, please.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Ronald Blake. That is Ronald. Last name Blake.
And where are you employed?
With the U.S. Police Department. Do you want where I am now?
Where are you
or-
currently assigned?
Okay, I'm assigned to a crump station, Bravo shift.
And where were you assigned back on February 2nd of 2022?
I was assigned to Rain Station on Bravo shift.
And tell the jury what Bravo shift is.
At that time, it was the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift.
And what did you do when you were back at Rain Station as an officer? Were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about what the responsibilities are of a patrol officer?
So our responsibilities, of course, are to patrol our neighborhoods. We have what are called wards, assigned wards, where we answer calls for service as well as do traffic enforcement and self-initiated activities to try to, curb crime and, serve our community.
So back on February 2nd of 2022, did you go out on a call at 5255 Elvis Presley Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is located there?
A Walmart.
And do you remember about what time of day you responded?
I don't know the exact time, but I know it was in the afternoon, maybe between 1 and 2 p.m.
Was it getting toward the end of your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you end up speaking with a citizen named Ralph Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he direct you to something a little bit out of the ordinary at the Walmart?
Yes, he did. A baby car seat.
And where was that located?
It was on the west side of the building, the Walmart, which is like the rear of the business.
I'm gonna hand you a USB drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded to that call on that day, were you wearing a body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a clip from your body worn camera?
Yes.
Or to ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 115. May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Officer Blake, what are we seeing?
That'll be me exiting my squad car. And I believe that's Mr. Carter directing me to where the baby car seat was.
And where are we, as far as the Walmart, are we?
At that point, we're at the rear of the business, as I said, on the west side of the building.
And is Mr. Carter just explaining to you what he saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what are you doing right now?
At this point, I was trying to review because I think a picture was going around of the child that was missing. And there was a car seat that the child was sitting in. I was trying to compare the one that was in front of me to the one from the picture.
Did it appear to be similar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, first off, okay, we see some dumpsters here. Are those actually locked?
Yes.
And at some point while you're out on the scene, did it start raining?
Yes, ma'am.
And did somebody cover the car seat with plastic to protect it?
Yes.
And was that to protect it till crime scene came out?
That's correct.
And did crime scene make this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they actually take possession of that car seat?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
I have a question.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Please call your next witness.
You're on the state of Tennessee, call Special Agent Michael Garner.
Special Agent Garner, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch your step.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the jury?
My name is Michael Garner, Michael Garner.
Where do you work?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI.
Specifically, what is your job duty and job title?
I'm currently assigned to the Digital Forensics Squad that's under the Cyber Crimes and Digital Evidence Unit with the TBI.
As a member of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, do you go by Special Agent?
Yes, that's correct.
Special Agent Garner, how long have you been with the TBI?
I got hired on with the TBI July of last year, so just over a year.
Prior to working with the TBI, where did you work?
I was employed with the Memphis Police Department. I was a detective MPD for 20 years, and then I retired.
At the time you left MPD to go to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, what was your job assignment at MPD?
As I was a detective with the Digital Forensics Unit, so I did the exact same job with Memphis Police Department that I did with the TBI.
What does a digital forensics examiner do?
We receive evidence of anything that would have any kind of storage media on it. So DVRs, cell phones, GPS trackers. The majority of the work, though, is cell phones.
What type of educational background do you have to be a special agent with the TBI doing digital forensic examinations?
The TBI requires that you have a bachelor's degree. I have an associate's in information systems. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, kind of minored in mechanical engineering. I haven't finished that one up yet. And I've got a master's in cybersecurity.
Do you have any other training or credential certifications as to your experience and knowledge as a digital forensics examiner?
Yes. As a digital forensics examiner, I hold a mobile device examiner certification from the National Computer Forensics Institute that's hosted by the U.S. Secret Service. I also hold a mobile device examiner certification from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And those are my non-vendor training. The vendor training, I'm certified in the products that I use. So I have a certification in Celebrite as a Celebrite certified operator and Celebrite certified physical analyst, and Magnet Axiom and Graykey. Graykey is this hardware that does the extractions for us. So it holds certifications in every piece of hardware and software that we use in our office.
Are there any specialized schools that you've gone to?
The ISIS MDE and the NCFI MDE were specialized training. And then I just recently finished the NCFI basic computer evidence recovery training, and that was 5 weeks. And I just received that at the end of August.
You mentioned about a lot of the credentials that you have. Do you have to do anything to maintain those?
Yes, so most of the vendor training, their products update quite often, so you have to maintain your credentials. They expire every 2 years, and I keep my credentials maintained through the vendors. And then the other certifications require recertification every 3 years. And to recertify, I have to show that I've had a certain number of physical extractions from phones and a certain number of training hours, continuing education training. And I do that quarterly every year.
Are you up to date on your continuing education training?
Yes, sir, and probably a little ahead after this basic computer evidence recovery training.
About how many extractions of mobile devices do you think you performed in your career?
Over 1,000 since 2020.
What about more forensic, in-depth digital forensics using Celebrite or something like that? How many times do you think you've done that with a mobile device?
Almost every device. With each of the device, the software only can operate at a certain level, and no software is the same. So if you're wanting to get the most evidence out of a device, you want to use it against all software, which is why I hold the certifications with Magnet and Celebrite.
You're at this time in State of Tennessee with Tender Special Agent Michael Garner as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
No objection. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Garner, I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022. Where were you working at that time?
I was with the Memphis Police Department Digital Forensic Squad at that time.
Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you have any involvement with the investigation of a case concerning the victims, Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy Hoyle?
I did, yes. The homicide sergeants brought down a device to the office. There were a couple of us in there, and I received an iPhone from an Artesia steward that I did the extraction. That was my initial involvement.
How do you do an extraction on a cell phone?
So one of the first things that we like to do is if you've got the passcode, enter in the passcode, make sure that it opens the device. And then the software that we use, you can do kind of a rough, real quick extraction called the logical. Just plug it into a Celebrite, just pull it real quick. But to be real thorough, we use Gray Key and try and get a physical extraction. And that is just it's a little box that we go and we plug the device into. We make sure that the information that's pulled from the device is uncorrupted. And I say that because sometimes computers burn, and we get problems with computers. And we check that through hash values. So when Gray Key does that extraction, it hashes that data. And then we just verify that hash hasn't changed. That what we got from the phone was actually what was on the phone.
You mentioned there's different types of extractions. In this case, what type of extraction was performed?
On this case, I did a full file system on Artesia Stewart's phone.
Was that successful?
That was, yes.
You were talking about hash values. It generated a hash value as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you also receive an extraction in the form of Celebrite of another phone that had already been extracted by another investigator at the Memphis Police Department?
Yes. I had actually received what's called a UFED report. It's a Celebrite report that it took that raw data, which is all ones and zeros because the cell phone is a computer, and it translates it into human readable text so we can see what the device was doing, what was going on. And that UFED report, that's what I received.
And to your knowledge, who did that phone belong to?
Brandon Isabelle.
When you go through and look at a phone forensically, what type of data is in there?
Pull your phone out of your pocket. It's everything is there. Your calls, your texts, depending on the apps you have on your phone, your banking information, media. And sometimes we just hop on the web and watch YouTube. So everything is on that device. And we can see everything that the phone reports, we can see.
Does it also enable you to see even just things within the software, the system settings on the phone?
Yes.
May we approach for just a moment? I'm sorry.
Pardon me,
Yes, ma'am.
ladies and gentlemen.
You review specifically, what do you look at in those phones?
Initially, I was only asked to look at location information from Brandon and Isabel's phone. And then later was asked to review call logs between Brandon and Danielle, Brandon and Artesia, messages between Brandon and Danielle, Brandon and Artesia, and web history searches that were conducted on the phone.
In looking at all this data, did you generate a report in the form of a PowerPoint?
Yes, sir, I did.
I requested permission to approach to pass a document.
Go ahead, please.
Special Agent Garner, I passed you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
This was the document that originally created back in 2022 that contained the location information that was requested of me.
Is that the report we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
You're at this time, state asked that it be marked as State's Exhibit number 116.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the actual PowerPoint being entered. This is not a report, this is a PowerPoint. As a demonstrative exhibit, I have no objection, but to actually be entered as an exhibit, I think that it contains information that is more than just the report.
Your Honor, this is, he testified that he looked at phones, found different data, and generated a report in the form of PowerPoint format that's been printed out. This is what he found in the phone based on his experience, and it's an expert report, Your Honor. It was provided to defense as well, and pursuant to the rules of evidence, the state is asking to admit this as into evidence as an expert report.
Overruled. I'll allow it, Exhibit 116. Expert report provided by Special Agent Garner.
You're going to be requesting permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
Your Honor, may I also pass to the witness a digital laser pointer?
Is it gonna work today?
It should, Your Honor. I tested it a moment ago. And especially as you guard that top button, if you press and hold, that will be the digital laser pointer. The bottom two control the slides. Looking at this first slide, is this just the cover page of your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what about the second page?
This was just kind of the explanation of what was going to be following in the report. Sergeant Boyd had asked me to prepare the locations information just so he could review it, and that's all that is.
Moving forward to the third page.
So over this, the purpose of this presentation of my report to Sergeant Boyd was just kind of an overview of the homicide cases. It was relayed to me. The explanation of the cell phone artifacts that I looked at to generate this report, and then the mapping of those artifacts that I retrieved from the phone itself.
What do we see here in this slide? Go ahead.
And from what Sergeant Boyd had informed me was that on February 1st, 2022, Danielle Bull was found by uniformed patrol officers while on patrol. She had been shot and was lying in the mud beside her car. That was the information that was given to me. The location of the incident was Levi Road, west of Sedgwick Road. And I took the location incident based on the GPS of that reporting officer's PDA while writing the report. So it's not actually the homicide scene that you see pinned in my report, but where that officer was sitting while he was taking that report. And that's where I got that location information from. Sergeant Boyd had given me a search warrant that was signed for the extraction of iPhone 11 belonging to Brandon Isabelle. He actually provided that to Sergeant Bledsoe, not to me. Sergeant Bledsoe was in my office. The locations were exported from a Cellbrite UFDR report and was completed by the Memphis Police Department's Digital Forensic Unit. That was completed by Sergeant Bledsoe. I took that report to generate the locations. The time frame Sergeant Boyd asked for was midnight on February 1st, 2022 through February 2nd, 2022 at 7 a.m. That was the time frame he initially asked for.
Is this a photograph of the area where the homicide occurred?
So that is the corner of Sedgwick and Levi Road. That's where the police, the patrol officer was sitting as he was taking that report. So that's the pin on my, that's from Google Earth. I placed a pin right there showing where the officer was sitting to, I guess, kind of anchor my report right there.
And to be clear, Special Agent Garner, throughout here, there's some Google Earth images, correct?
Correct.
Those are not aerial photographs taken on February 1st of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
They're
Yes, sir.
just photographs from Google to give a geographic reference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is showing geographically where the homicide scene is. And that's what that red pin is?
That's that red pin, yes, sir.
And will we see that red pin kind of throughout your report?
Yes.
Moving forward, significant locations. What is this?
So the database that I looked at inside the phone is referred to as significant locations. This database is where the phone stores any kind of GPS location that it receives. The device is always trying to figure out where it is. It bases on its location and it compares it against a cell site list that it also downloads. So as you're moving across the city, it knows where you are, but it also compares you to the cell site list so it can find the closest available cellular network tower to provide you with the best service possible. It also can do some advertising ID stuff because the device is always looking to see where it is. And this database that I pulled the location from is that database, the most reliable location information from a phone, from an iPhone, I should say.
So can there be different types of location information on an iPhone?
Absolutely, yes.
But we're looking specifically at the one where it is communicating with the satellites to see where it is.
Yes.
Is that necessary for the phone to function properly with communicating with the towers?
If it wants to communicate properly, yes. And if your phone did not communicate properly, you would not buy it. Yes,
And so that's the data you're using here.
that is correct.
What is this?
So you can't really see this, but this is the device information. This is a screenshot from the UFDR report that I received from Sergeant Bledsoe. And what I did was just the device, the UDID, and then right down here, if we can move forward one. What's highlighted right there in that red circle is the device IMEI, the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. When I extracted the locations and I uploaded those locations into a piece of software called CellHawk, that's how that device was listed in that software. And I'm showing that the device that I had and that locations that I uploaded, they're from the same device.
So the IMEI, is that unique to every individual device?
Yes,
It's almost like a fingerprint.
it is the phone social security number. Yes,
And so that was the phone social security number or the phone IMEI for Brandon Isabelle's phone.
yes, sir.
Now, on these next few slides, you have a few different maps created, correct?
Yes,
With dots on the map.
yes,
Is that using that GPS location data from the phone where it's trying to communicate with the towers that you were talking about a minute ago?
yes.
And to map it, did you have to use some type of application to make it all appear neat on a map?
Yes. So I exported the GPS locations from the UFDR report. It allowed me to create a report from itself. And then I could upload that report into a piece of software called CellHawk that would help me map that out.
If you were just looking at the location data in Celebrate and not upload it to CellHawk, what would you be looking at? Just a bunch of coordinates?
You would just see date, time, the IMEI, and a bunch of GPS latitude and longitudes. Yes,
So the CellHawk then plots those latitude and longitude coordinates and then labels them by time.
correct.
So tell us what we're looking at here in this slide.
So right here, this from midnight to 7:55, I cut out a lot because the device did not move, and it was concentrated right there at the Regional One Health downtown Memphis. And this little call out right here, that's at 7:55. That's just showing that the device has finally left that cluster of dots and is leaving that area. That's the only reason that call out is right there.
Regional One, that's a place that some people call the Med,
The
right?
med, that's the hospital, yes, trauma center.
So when we're looking at these dots, right, they're kind of all over the map in certain areas, right? But there's really a cluster there at the Med.
Yes.
What does it mean when you see a darker clustering of dots?
So those are just the dots that are overlaying each other, just compounded. So the lighter the dot, there's probably just one marker there, but the darker, the more overlay of the dots.
Just dots are just stacking on top of each other, getting
Yes.
darker.
Yes.
And then I think you kind of pointed this out a second ago, but the box you have down there at the bottom, I think there's a yellow dot that the arrow of the box is pointing to.
Yes,
Is that showing us a particular location at a particular time?
correct. Yes.
What's the significance of that particular box on that dot?
That's just that at 7:55, that device was no longer within this cluster of dots. So just carrying your eye that the device is leaving that area.
It's on the move.
It is moving, yes.
Moving to the next slide, what are we looking at here?
So this is the route overview for the next time frame, which we'll see on the next slide. But That green, that's the start, that's the hospital downtown, the med. And then where the device stops, out East Memphis at near Poplar and Estate. So just tracking your eyes that it started here and then comes down and across Interstate 240 back up to Poplar. So we're just kind of help your eyes know where the device started and where it ended.
So in drawing this line, are you tracing the location dots as they're going down the road?
The software is, yes.
Okay. And so this is the route that the phone took.
That's correct.
You get from the green triangle, the starting point of the med, to the red octagon stop sign looking symbol there out east.
Yes.
What do we have here?
So this was, this is the area where the red stop sign was, where the device stopped. And so it left the downtown area at 7:55, and at 8:17, between 8:17 and 11:02 a.m., that cluster of dots is where that device was. And a Google search of that location showed it was the Bonner East Surgery Center right off of Poplar.
Is there also an oral surgery center in that area too on the map?
There may be, I cannot see it. Let me see if it's any better on. Yes, this can't really read it from here, but that's the oral and maxillological surgery center. I butchered that one pretty bad. Sorry.
Maxillofacial?
Close enough.
Close enough?
Maxillofacial.
I'll move on.
Yes.
And so that time, this is showing a big cluster of dots there, correct?
Yes.
And that's from
8:17 to 11:02.
So during that time window, all the pings are coming back just right there in that area we're saying.
That huge cluster. Now you've got the outliers here, and that happens when your device doesn't see as many GPS satellites, so then it's not as accurate. So the more satellites you see, the more accurate the locations are going to be. So that's why you get a concentration. If the device sits somewhere for long enough, its location accuracy is just spot on.
Where does that phone go to next?
So this route overview, it was a little tricky to kind of map out because we've got to start there at the oral surgery center and then around the park and then ends up down here in South Memphis off Brooks Road. No, the Brooks Road is there. It's south of Brooks Road. We're going to zoom in on that in just a second, but if we can move forward one slide. So what happened, and I manually put in that little pink line right there because the device started in that area and it moved down Poplar and then kind of went around the Shelby Farms before it got back on 240 and headed back out west. So that's why I put the little loop there because there's no other way I could have shown that movement without playing like a video. So I added that little loop in just to show you how the device moved.
And so when you read the data on the map before you made the pink arrow, is the data telling you at what time each dot is?
Yes.
And so as you follow the time of each dot, that's the pattern it led you to.
Yes. And my software allows me to animate this, so I'm not just looking at a static map. I can click a button and drag a slider, and then I can look at each minute for each. I think I can get it down to a second and watch how that device moves over a specified amount of time, whether it's 1 hour or 1 minute.
So it looks like the phone started going east down Poplar.
It did.
And it then proceeded north up to get to Humphreys Boulevard.
Yes, Humphreys Boulevard.
Then went north on Germantown.
Humphreys there, north on Germantown, then west on Walnut Grove, back to 240, and then south.
They just took that 240 loop all the way down to the Brooks Road area?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are we looking at in this slide?
Now, this slide is actually where the device ended up at 11:48. And then it was down there from 11:48 to 11:55. And this little street, it went up that street and back down. And then I left the pin from where the officer was taking the homicide report right there. I left it on the map just to show the proximity that at 11:48 on 2-1, that device traveled down to Mark Street in the area of that where the officer was taking the homicide report.
So on February 1st of 2022, from 11:48 a.m. to 11:55 a.m., Brandon Isbelle's device was in this area. Is that in Mark Road?
Yes, yes, sir, it is.
It's in this area near, and there's that red flag.
That red
What's
pin,
that red flag?
that red pin is where the officer was sitting taking the report for the homicide.
But this is at 11:48 a.m. to 11:55 a.m.
Yes, sir. And that call out right there, that's what that box is called. That is just a little call out. That little call out box is showing that at 11:48, that's where that device was. I'm sorry, at 11:54, that device was right there about to leave the scene.
Specifically in that little turn on Mark Road.
Yes, sir.
Where did the defendant's phone go next?
So from that green triangle down near the homicide scene, it went up north, Midtown 240, North 40, and then out Interstate 40 eastbound to the stopping area.
So going back a little bit, in the past couple slides, the phone went from this area of the surgery center on Poplar and Estate, around Shelby Farms, down to Brooks Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it went on to Mark Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where it appeared to just turn around and go back this direction.
Yes, sir.
And is that in the Cordova area where the stop sign is? The
It
red
is.
Octagon?
It is, yes.
This is in the middle, or this is kind of 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock-ish in the day.
Yes, sir. Midday. And here at 1225, the address was at an address off Rock Creek Parkway, and then it went to a Walmart Supercenter right there on Stage Road at 1239. So it started there, the address off Rock Creek comes up and moves to the Walmart.
So it went to the address off Rock Creek and then arrived at Walmart by 12:39.
That call out box there, is 1239, yes.
But it looks like it first went by the Rock Creek address and it was there by around 12:25 a.m. correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did it go next after going to the Walmart location?
When the device left the Walmart location, it did go back to this address off Rock Creek Parkway. And it was there from 1:20 p.m. to 7:10 p.m. It was there about 6 hours. And that at 7-Eleven, that device then leaves that address on Rock Creek, which of course is the start, the green triangle. And then it just heads south to an address off of Walnut Grove to the Octagon there.
There at the top of the screen, there appears to be a kind of blue aqua colored pin next to the green triangle.
Yes.
What is that?
So that pin was placed there by me in the software, and that's the address I was given that belonged to Brad and Isabelle.
Is that the Blackberry address?
Actually, I cannot read it on this slide right here. it is too small.
Going back to though, looking where the stop sign was, going back one slide.
Yes,
Is that pin for the address for Brandon Isabelle in this area where the cluster of the blue dots is?
yes. That pin was, and I removed the pin so as not to cover up the cluster right there.
Moving back forward from this route, where did he go to from the Lathbury address off Rock Creek?
So when it left that address on Rock Creek and traveled southbound, it wound up in the Walnut Hill Apartments. And it come in off Walnut Grove, headed kind of northbound, and then kind of clustered around right there from 7:24 to 7:31 that evening.
This is still February 1st,
Yes, sir.
2022, correct?
Correct.
Once it left the Rock Creek Apartments, where did the defendant's phone go?
So leaving the apartments, then down Walnut Grove to Germantown, up to Germantown to a Walmart.
Is that the Walmart there on Germantown Parkway?
It is. And the next slide here. So from 7:36 PM to 7:49 PM, that device was at the Walmart Supercenter on North Germantown, right there at Germantown and Trinity. There's Trinity right there. And the device pulled in the parking lot, kind of walked through the Walmart and back down.
And then did he leave the Walmart at 7:40, or the device leaves Walmart at 7:49 PM?
So that call out box right there is the device leaving the Walmart. So yes.
So that's where when we talk about 7:49 PM, that's a 7:49 PM pin.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Where did Mr. Isbelle's phone go to next?
So when that device left that Walmart, the green triangle, it drove northbound on Germantown to Rock Creek and then went back to the address off Rock Creek Parkway.
Is that the blue pen, the address you have for him on Lathbury?
Yes. Yes, it is. And then from 7:58 PM to 8:05, that device stayed at that address.
Did you put a green pen there in this photograph?
I did.
What's that green pen?
I changed the color of the pen and labeled it Isabelle's house.
So Brandon Isabelle's phone went back to his house and was there from 7:58 PM to around 8:05 PM in the vicinity of his house.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, going back one slide. So at 8:05 PM, where did Brandon Isbelle's phone leave home and go to?
So at 8:05, it left the green triangle. We're going to start there, up to Highway 64, State Road, down Interstate 40, southbound, then westbound 240, back down to an address down off Brooks Road. That's where the red octagon is.
This is the second time we're coming back today, on that same day, February 1st of 2022. His phone is coming back down to the area of Brooks Road.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, where on Brooks Road does his phone go to at 8:32 PM?
At 8:32 to 8:51, the device was at a Matco at East Brooks Road and East Rosetta Circle at Matco right there.
How long was the phone at the Matco?
It showed just under 20 minutes, 19 minutes.
Where did Brandon Isbelle's phone go from Matco at Brooks Road?
Oh, we see it starts here at the green triangle from the Matco down Nancana, and then it comes down, I think that is Lakeview. And then from the slideshow that I could do with the mapping, the device actually passes and then it drives up and down Neely and then comes back right there on Sedgwick.
So that's there, Levi and Sedgwick, right near where you have the red pen for the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
And there's a darker cluster on Levi right before Sedgwick, correct?
Yes.
Is that the cluster we're looking at now?
That is that darker cluster of dots right there.
What time is Brandon Isbelle's phone on East Levi Road, just there next to Sedgwick, on the night of February 1st of 2022?
The device showed the location was there from 9:02 p.m. to 9:17 p.m.
In this particular photograph, do you have a certain point flat?
So this was the time, and I thought it would show up a little bit better here, so my apologies. But that is the location hit for the 9:02 p.m.
So it shows him being there from 9:02, and that's the point for 9:02. What about the point for 9:17?
And this is the location for the 9:17 hit, right there. That little, you can't really see it. That blue circle I have highlighted yellow, it's not showing up on the presentation very well, but at 9:17, that's where it was.
In that cluster of circles we see, time-wise, they fall there between the 9:02 and the 9:17.
Yes, sir.
So Brandon Isabelle's cell phone is there on East Levi Road, just north and west of Sedgwick Street.
Yes.
From 9:02 p.m. to 9:17 p.m. on February 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
When does Mr. Isbelle's phone leave the area of the homicide scene?
By 9:23, the device is leaving the area of Sedgwick and East Levi, and that's the location hit right there with the call out. There's the cluster of dots we were looking at, and then that's the next hit at 9:23.
So at 9:23, this phone's going back up Lakeview Road, heading kind of northeast.
Yes, sir.
Away from the scene of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
The scene where Danielle Hoyle was found shot to death, correct?
That is correct.
Where does his phone go to next?
So we start down here at the green triangle, and it heads back up onto 240, back out to Interstate 40, out to the Germantown and Stage Road area. And we have a cluster of dots right here in this parking lot from 9:44. That device is in the area of the market at Wolf Chase, from 9:44 to 10:04 p.m. on the first.
So from 9:44 p.m. to 10:04 p.m., he's in that little shopping center. Is that Wolf Creek Parkway?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And then it's right there. Is that the yellow road that's Highway 64? Is that Stage Road?
That is.
And then North Germantown Parkway is going north-south to the right of it?
Yes.
So right there in that area of town?
Right there. Yes.
What, specifically kind of where those dots are clustered, what shops are kind of in that area as a point of reference?
Back over here to the left, you've got a Target, and then there's the fondue restaurant, and then the 511 store is there, and then the Best Buy is down here.
Does he move again or go on the move again at 9:04 p.m.?
At 10:04, yes.
Excuse me, 10:04 p.m.
Yes.
Where does he head to?
So at this time, the device starts there, that parking lot on the Stage Road, and then goes up to the Walmart Supercenter again on the Highway 64.
So that's the Stage Road Walmart?
It is, yes.
What time is he at the Walmart on Stage Road?
From 10:05 p.m. To 10:21 p.m., that device is in the parking lot and the Walmart there on Highway 64.
So what time does he leave from the Walmart on Stage Road, Highway 64?
That call out box right there That's the 1021 location. So it's actually left the parking lot and is back on Highway 64 at 1021.
Where does it go from the Walmart?
So it starts here at the Walmart, down 64 to Rock Creek Parkway, back to the address off Rock Creek Parkway.
8702 Lackberry Place North? The
8702?
Lackberry?
Yes.
The Isabelle's residence?
Yes.
What time do we first see the phone arriving back at the Isabelle's residence?
So the device showed the location time at 10:24, being back at the address, and then leaves at 10:30, and that's the location recorded when it left at 10:30. So from 10:24 to 10:30.
So it was in the vicinity of his home until 10:30, when it's here heading south on Rock Creek.
Yes, sir.
Where does this phone go to next?
But when the device leaves the Rock Creek Parkway onto Germantown, it gets onto 40, and this time it takes the north loop of 40 around, then comes Midtown 240, and then downtown. And it drives kind of up and down Island Drive on Mud Island before it ends right there at the end of Island Drive on Mud Island.
Is that near the boat ramp
It is, yes.
on the north end of Mud Island?
Yes.
What time does his phone put him on Mud Island?
So at 10:59, that device is showing on Island Drive on Mud Island.
Right over there by Harbor Town?
Yes, just right there.
Now, the dots here, right, they go up and down, and there's a couple in the river there. Can you kind of explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, so between 11 and 11:20, the device is actually driving up and down Island Drive, back and forth. And you can see that just the cluster of dots where it's overlaying. And then the dots that are hidden in the river, that's when the device is just not getting as many satellite signals as what we were seeing there on Island Drive.
But the majority of that clustering is following Island Drive, and then the road, is that North Mud Island Drive that goes kind of northeast away from the top of Mud Island?
This road here at the top, that is North Mud Island Drive, yes.
And is there a particularly darker cluster of blue dots in the corner
You can
of,
see it's dark cluster right there.
okay, is that there at the corner of where Island Drive turns into North Mud Island Road?
It is, yes,
Is that over there by the boat ramp?
it is. And I zoomed in on that cluster, which you would see right in here. And then there was a location hit at 11:20, just outside of the laneway, right there. A device location hit at 11:20.
So specifically at 11:20, that is where Brandon Isbelle's phone GPS is saying that it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, is this basically kind of what we were just looking at, but with a Google Earth image?
It's exactly the same image. I just chose to change the overlay so I could kind of see better where that device was instead of just randomly on some pale colored location.
And to be clear, this isn't a photograph from February 1st of 2022, right?
That is not.
This is a Google Earth image from Google Earth that you're using for demonstrative purposes, correct?
Correct, yes.
So that's not what the water level looks like or the shoreline on
No,
that
sir,
day.
not at all.
So looking at this point, what is it next to in this photograph where the actual highlighted location is?
What is it next to?
Yes, can you please describe for the jury what is next to this highlighted point?
So you've got a gate blocking the drive here, and then the pedestrian walkway. And then this is the boat ramp and the boat ramp parking area here. And I have the pin dropped for boat ramp right there. I added that into the software.
Could you please point out where the Wolf River is in this photo?
The Wolf River is here, where it enters the Mississippi River right there.
So is that the Mississippi running on the right side up and down?
Mississippi
West side up and down.
And then Wolf River there.
And what was that time again for the point that is highlighted there?
11:20 p.m. on
February
2/1.
February 1st, 2022? What time does Brandon Isbelle's phone leave Mud Island?
At 11:27 p.m., the device is crossing the A.W. Willis Bridge, leaving Mud Island. 11:27.
Where does he go from there?
So I have the green start there near the boat ramp. It brings 240 south to 240 again and down, that's Neely, over to an address off of, we have to zoom, we have to remove the next slide, we go, yes. It rains in US Highway 51, the device winds up at a Walgreens at 11:51 p.m. So it went from downtown Memphis to this Walgreens off Rains.
And US I-51, is that Elvis Presley Boulevard?
Yes, yes, that is.
So this is that Walgreens there at Elvis Presley Boulevard and East Range Road.
Yes, the mapping software shows it as US Highway 51 and then East Range right there in the Walgreens right there in the corner. Yeah,
So-
Elvis Presley and Rains.
What time is his phone first showing up near the Walgreens?
It's 11:51 p.m. was the first location hit, and the last location hit was 12:11 a.m. on the second.
And the 12:11 a.m. hit, is that the highlighted one with the box you have down at the bottom?
Yes, that is.
So where does Mr. Isabelle's phone go next?
So we leave the Walgreens at Elvis Presley and Rains, and it comes down here to an address here. It's the Walmart Supercenter at Elvis Presley and Holmes Road. That's the stop, and if we could advance one slide.
So he just went south on Elvis Presley Boulevard down to the Walmart.
Yes, sir. And the device there pulls off Elvis Presley and is, so the Walmart is that box there. So it's behind the Walmart right there.
So this Walmart, the front of the store, does it face Elvis Presley Boulevard?
It does, yes.
The back of the store, is that where the cluster of dots are?
Yes.
How long, well, when does it first arrive there at the Walmart?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the classification of arriving. We have a first data point, but that doesn't indicate when the device arrived.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
At what time is the first? My apologies, sir.
Go ahead.
At what time does the first data point for Mr. Brandon Isbelle's phone appear at Walmart?
12:15 a.m. on the second.
What about the last data point?
It was there until 12:17 a.m. It was there for 2 minutes.
Where does it go to next?
So we have the device leaving the Walmart and then down Holmes Road and then to an address here on Stacy Road, which is that cluster of dots there.
At what time does the first data point appear at Stacy Road?
So at 12:21, the device is showing there an address off Stacy and it leaves that address around 12:33 a.m. on the second.
So it appears the device is there at an address on Stacy Road from about 12:21 to 12:33 in the morning of the second.
Yes, sir.
Where does the device go to after that?
So Again, the green triangle is the start location from the Stacy Road address. And then it takes 240 back up, eastbound 40 back to the home address for Brandon Isbelle, the 8702 Ladberry.
Is that Ladberry?
Ladberry Place in Cordova.
What time does the first data point appear at the Ladberry address?
So 1:07 a.m. is the first location hit in that data cluster right there.
And then does it go anywhere else for the time frame that you were searching?
It does not. After 1:07, once it's there at that address, it does not leave.
So it's arrived back home?
Yes, the device is back home.
Now, as we were just going through all of these, now I'm going to go back one slide. These dots pretty much trace road directions almost exactly.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? So the GPS data on the phone, where the phone is searching it for its location to talk with the towers, that shows the accuracy of that GPS location as far as, let me rephrase the question. It follows the data as it moves down the road, follows the road very, very closely, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's
Objection deleting.
Your response,
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
sustain.
How closely, if at all, does the data follow roadways?
So the accuracy was not reported out. Usually when we get cell tower information, we get accuracy in hundreds of meters. But with GPS accuracy, usually it's 9 meters, 9 to 50 meters. So it's a lot more accurate than what cell phone companies represent, which is why we went with the device locations.
Now, this slide here, what is it talking about?
So this was just a summary of what we just looked at. I mapped out the location information from that iPhone 11 Pro Max that was belonging to Brandon Isbelle. And I uploaded those locations to a web-based tool, Cellhawk, to map those out so we could see them on a map instead of just looking at a bunch of numbers in a spreadsheet. Total, there were 6,622 location markers pulled out of that device for that requested time frame. And Sergeant Bledsoe used Cellbrite Physical Analyzer version 7.0, or sorry, 7.63.0.126 to generate his UFDR report that I used to pull the location information from. And I used Cellhawk version 8.4.23 to map it out so we can look at it.
So now, moving forward to the other work you did looking at the phones, at some point did you look at the actual other data, text messages, call logs, web data, stuff of that nature?
Yes.
Specifically, what did you look at?
So I was asked to look at the communication between Brandon Isbelle and Artesia Stewart, who was listed as wifey in Brandon Isbelle's phone. I was asked to look at the communication between Brandon Isbelle and Danielle Hoyle. And there was a FaceTime call to Danielle Hoyle that I was asked to look at. And then the Artesia Stewart device locations on February 1st from, I think, 9:30 to 11 p.m. And then the web history from Brandon Isabelle's device.
Let's talk about how did you start when you were looking at Brandon Isbelle's phone, specifically for communication with Artesia Stewart?
So the Cellbrite Reader Report makes it very easy for what we call jumping points. And one of the jumping points is messages or calls, or it's a little box that you can click that will take you to that information to start looking at it. So it's very, very simple.
So here, did you filter down to communications involving a certain individual?
Yes. So from what was requested, we were looking at the communication between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart. And this is a screenshot from the UFED report that Sergeant Bledsoe created that I had. And then this is the same screenshot from the UFED report that I created for Artesia's phone. And you can see that the Apple ID used on Brandon's Isabelle's device, and then the phone number last used, the MSISDN is the phone number. And then, of course, Artesia Stewart's Gmail and the phone number there.
What was Mr. Brandon Isbelle's phone number?
It's 901-340-4649.
And Ms. Artesia Stewart's phone number?
It was 901-896-5848.
And you're actually able to get this information from the phone itself?
Yes.
It knows the phone number that's assigned to it?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is just the contact information. On the left here, we've got Brandon Isabelle's contact information for Artesia Stewart. There's the contact picture that he would see in his device, and then the name, and then there's the phone number for that contact. And then on the right side, we have all the contacts for that phone number that she had listed for Brandon. She had 34 different contact names for Brandon in her phone.
So the left side, that's Brandon's phone.
That is from Brandon's here.
Okay.
And this one's from Artesia.
So what was the contact name for Artesia and Brandon's phone?
The contact name was Wifey for Artesia in his phone.
Is that followed by a few different emojis?
Yes.
And then in Artesia's phone, you mentioned there were numerous different contact names that have been used at some point in time for Brandon Isbelle, correct?
That is correct.
What were some examples?
This top one, you can't really see. It's kind of blurry, but that says My Love. Then you got City Boy Brandon. He's got Brandon right there. And then she just has his phone number listed there.
Do any of those include the name Puddin?
The Puddin is right there. Yes.
Did you look at whether there were any calls between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart, who in his phone appears as Wifey, on the dates of February 1st of 2022 and February 2nd of 2022?
I did. And I looked at that from Artesia's contact information from Brandon Isabelle's device. And we had 5 incoming calls, and you can see them listed as from. It's not listed, I'm sorry. It's an icon. So there's 3 outgoing, 2, and then the from is the blue icons, and the outgoing is the green icon, the arrow pointing in or the arrow pointing out.
So blue arrows pointing in towards the phone, incoming.
Incoming, yes.
Green arrows pointing out from the phone, outgoing.
Outgoing, yes.
Now, looking at this, that's the same phone number along the column, correct? Where it might change to, from,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is it the same name that it keeps appearing to the right of the phone number?
The name changes from Wifey to Tiffany Purcell.
What does that mean when the name changes?
That the owner changed the contact name.
So at some point in time, and is that reflected chronologically in a call log?
Yes.
So, for example, if the phone contact was labeled Tiffany Purcell up until sometime before 10:19 and 34 seconds a.m. and 10:09 56 seconds a.m., there was a change at some point in time?
Yes. So the calls, the phone looks at the contact database. It doesn't remember it. So every call you make, it looks back at the contact database and pulls that information from it. So if you make the change in your contact database, change the name or add an emoji, add an icon, change the picture, the phone always reaches back to the contact database to pull that, so you have the most up-to-date information that you see.
And so this is looking at Brandon Isbelle's phone, correct?
Correct.
What about Artisha Stewart's device?
So I did the same evaluation from Artesia's phone, and there's 3 incoming calls from, and then 6 outgoing calls to.
Now, you have an arrow pointing to a specific call at 10:19:07 a.m. on February 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes.
What's the significance of that arrow?
That call is not in Brandon Isabelle's phone. We only saw the number of calls from his, 5 incoming to 3 outgoing, and now we're looking at 3 incoming to 6 outgoing. So that call was missing from Brandon's phone.
And what does Artisha Stewart have Brandon's contact name in her phone as during this time window?
It's pulling Isabelle, Brandon.
Did you also look at the, actually, let me move back, put a pin in that for 1 second. When you look at call logs, did you also look at a complete call log involving all incoming, outgoing phone calls from Brandon Isabelle's phone from the time from February 1st, 2022 at 7:16:35 a.m. to February 2nd, 2022 until 4:32:13 a.m.?
Correct. Yes, I did.
May I ask an object witness?
An object for your document?
Documents, Your Honor.
Sure thing.
Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is another report generated from the UFDR report, just from the call logs from that.
And so that shows all the calls in the log on Brandon Isbelle's device during that time window.
Yes.
Here, this time I ask that the call log be entered into evidence as States Exhibit 117. Did you also look at text messages between Brandon Isbelle and Artisha Stewart?
Yes, I did.
Here, your slide notes from February 1st, February 2nd, 2022. Did you also look at text messages from the window of January 30th, 2022 through February 2nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, requesting permission to pass document to the witness.
Okay.
Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document that's been passed to you?
Yes. This is a kind of a specialized report, and I say that all it is was between 2 persons from the entire phone, from between Brandon Isbelle and Artisha Stewart. It's just a report of their conversations on there.
Your Honor, this time state has to be marked as exhibit number 118.
You're gonna move it, right?
Sure. Anybody need a break? We're gonna let them break, because we don't know how long this is gonna take, am I right?
Just excuse me, leave your notebook.
All right, it is 3:09, can I see you back? 3:20? Thank you. No discussion, no talking.
Well, guys, I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you can. Thank you guys for sticking with us and joining us. I know this kind of testimony is not the most enjoyable and exciting testimony, but it is necessary. So we thank you for being here. I'm in what's called Junction, Texas. Johnson City, Texas, excuse me, where the president, LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson, Baines Johnson, ranch, and he grew up here and lived here before and after his presidency. So that's the biggest thing about this neck of the woods. All right, I'm going to go ahead and come off. If we want to put up a little music and put the quarters on break, that would be fabulous. Again, thank you, mods, so much for everything that you do. We'll see you in a little bit.
Especially as we are, you are free to step down. You might discuss your testimony. You want. Yes, ma'am. You are still on.
Stay there.
Thank you. You still want to approach, or since they're out?
Since they're out, we can do it from here. Your Honor, I would just object to the admission.
Wait. Yeah, I think that will.
Yeah. I'm gonna steal a little bit of that though. Well, sound like there's something in
I have to hear the door before I leave. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would object to the admission of every text message. Not all of these are relevant. They're not even all from the relevant time frame. I would just ask, unless there can be an offer of proof to show the relevance of all of these text messages, that number one, they're hearsay. Ms. Stewart was not confronted with every single one of those to lay the basis for her to identify them and say that they were hers. But also, not all of these are relevant. Your response?
Your Honor, the state would say that, submit that they are relevant from the date window of January 30th of 2021, which is the day before the birth of Kennedy Hoyle. There's been testimony about, I'm sorry, it's 2022, I said 2021, excuse me, January 30th of 2022. There's been testimony about the relationship between Artesia and the defendant, Brandon Isabelle, and specifically about the time, the days leading up before the birth of Kennedy and the status of their relationship. The defense counsel introduced copies of text messages between Artesia and the defendant on her cross that are approximately around that time period, even before. They go back to Christmas before that. The state is asking to put in text messages from the day before the birth of Kennedy Hoyle to which would be the January 30th of 2022 until February 2nd of 2022, which is the culmination of this investigation as far as the defendant's statement and things of that nature. They are absolutely relevant, Your Honor, and they're confined specifically to, the state would submit that they're actually relevant, Your Honor, the state, and we confine them to the specific dates, which is a smaller area of time than what the defense has already submitted into evidence. The state would also argue that the rule of completeness kind of applies a little bit in that one of the text messages that has been entered as exhibit, is that one right there? Exhibit 82 by the defense is from January 31st of 2022 at 3:48:06 a.m. But furthermore, Your Honor, besides from the issues of relevance and the rule of completeness, the state would also note that they are properly authenticated. They've been introduced by an expert witness who is an expert in digital forensics. He has testified about how these were extracted and found using Celebrite and Gray Key, something that he is qualified and certified in. and specifically the state would point to State of Tennessee versus Wells, which is a 2024 Court of Criminal Appeals decision. It is docket number E 2003-00516-CCA-R3-CD, specifically looking to page, please excuse me, bear with me 1 second. Authentication is on page 20 of that opinion, and it runs through page 24, where it talks specifically about in a case that was a domestic violence homicide, where involving a deceased girlfriend and another girlfriend who was also involved in the situation as a third party. Text messages were entered into evidence from both of them, the deceased girlfriend, who was the victim, as well as the other girlfriend. And the text messages were authenticated by a Cellbrite certified individual, such as Special Agent Garner is here. And the Court of Appeals found that that was appropriate and cited two numerous opinions from here in Tennessee that shows that that authentication is sufficient. That's a sufficient authentication under the law in the state of Tennessee. Now, specifically as to any type of hearsay, the state of Tennessee is seeking to introduce this for non-hearsay purposes. It's to fill a contextual void. The state would also cite the State of Tennessee versus Wells, that same citation given earlier, specifically to beginning at page number 24 and going through page number 35. Here, Your Honor, the text messages from the respondent to the defense. So the text messages from the defendant himself are statements against interest, or statements by the defendant. The responses by the other party are there to fill a contextual void. Without them, a one-sided conversation does not make any sense. They're being submitted for a non-hearsay purpose, not to show that whatever that individual said, in this case, either Artesia Stewart or Danielle Hoyle said was, in fact, the truth of the matter asserted, but to give context to what the defendant says each time. Now, as to the confrontation clause, Your Honor, with regard to Ms. Stewart was questioned on cross-examination about text messages. In that, the defendant introduced text messages and asked her about specific ones. But here, they're not coming in for hearsay, they're coming in for the proof of the matter asserted. They're there to provide to fill a contextual void as to the defendant's statements themselves. And without them, they would not make any sense. The Court of Criminal Appeals in State versus Wells found that in that instance, the statements made by the two different girlfriends and the text messages they had with the defendant, the trial court properly allowed them in as filling a contextual void for non-hearsay purposes. The court instructed the jury that they were to only look at the responses from the person speaking with the defendant in the text message exchange as there to give context to the defendant's statements, not to this truth of the matter asserted in the victim's statements or in the Artesia's or Danielle's statements themselves, but to give context. The Court of Appeals found that the court did not err in allowing the text messages in, and that it was first properly authenticated, but then also it was correctly introduced. It was not an error. The state of Tennessee would ask that this court follow the decision in State versus Wells and allow the introduction of both sets of text messages.
I would just submit that a significant difference between the text messages that we entered with Ms. Stewart on the stand and these text messages now are that Ms. Stewart was on the stand to read it and say, yes, I sent that message. Yes, I received that message. Whereas with all of these, we don't have a person to do that. And with all of these, we don't have, number one, we don't have a finding that every one of these is relevant to anything, whether that be context or otherwise. Most certainly not an issue before the jury. We don't have any authentication from a person who was a party to say, yes, I sent that or I received that. We don't have the ability to cross-examine about every single one of these text messages. The sheer volume is in and of itself probably going to be confusing for the jury and trying to get back there if they're supposed to look through every single exhibit. You know, being able to siphon through 355 pages of text messages that do not have anything to do with what happened out at Levi and Sedgwick or on Mud Island. Your Honor, I would just submit that these have questionable relevance. They are hearsay. They have not been properly authenticated by a person sending or receiving them, and that they are in violation of the Confrontation Clause.
You know, the state would just briefly note that as far as authentication goes, they have been pulled from a device that belonged to the defendant by a person who is qualified in using Cellbrite and Gray Key. The court heard earlier testimony about his credentials. State versus Wells, as well as other cases, note that that is sufficient authentication. Other cases include State versus Robert L. Cody, Criminal Court of Appeals, December 28, 2026, where the citation notes that police officer testified about his training and certification in using Cellbrite technology, his extraction of data from a cell phone, in the present case, and his identification of the extraction reports. And that's a note where the court, it's a citation to the point the court had made that this court has held that Cellbrite data was properly authenticated in cases which involve similar foundational testimony as that received in the present case. It goes on to cite other numerous cases in this opinion, Your Honor, that it's the uniqueness of the extraction from a phone that creates, that allows for authentication here, Your Honor. It's showing that these were communications between two devices, between the defendant's device and between Archisa Stewart's device, and vice versa. Your Honor, as to, that is sufficient authentication, so it's submitted as sufficient authentication under Tennessee law. As to the issues of hearsay, it does go to show motive, state of mind, intent. It shows the defendant's state of mind at the time surrounding the homicide. It adds context to what he was doing, potentially gives jury context as to what his state of mind may have been. The state would also further note that prior to this trial, and these were provided in discovery a while back, but prior to this trial, this was given to defense as a potential exhibit. So that way defense could have a chance to take a look at it, and we could talk about any objections that were had.
That was going to be my next question, because you bring up the volume of the text. You received these well before trial, because this is not Mr. Isabelle's first setting, correct?
I received this set on Friday.
The state would note this set comes from a phone extraction that you received over a year ago, and that they have an expert specifically hired to review cases as well. The state highlighted specific date ranges.
Second, you're not offering this for the purposes of a hearsay issue. You're offering this not to prove the truth of the matter asserted, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
You've had these documents, and now he's trying to enter them. May I see? The relevant time period is January 31st, which I believe the testimony has shown that there was some sort of interaction between Ms. Stewart and Mr. Isbelle at a local park. That was the beginning of the life of Kennedy, January 31st, 2022. And you're asking to enter from January 31st, 2022 to February 2nd, 2022. At what time?
I think the text messages end at 4 a.m., 2 a.m., I don't recall off the top of my head. But I wouldn't, I think it does start on the 30th, not the 31st, just for this on the record. It's.
So what causes me pause is what's contained in these, because there was a state of mind issue, and there was I believe Mr. Massey on cross was speaking to Ms. Stewart about the nature of the relationship, the fact that they wanted to be married, what was happening in that date and that time surrounding this incident, even after she left the second Dixie Queen and showed up at her house and how anxious he was when he jumped in the car. He talked about, Mr. Massey specifically brought up, was it Exhibit 82? Yeah. Exhibit 82 was the text, and Mr. Massey showed the first green portion, and in the state of Tennessee on redirect brought up the blue portion that said just, there was a, did she say just take care of your kids, Brandon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, see, I was paying attention. What I think, and what I took from Mr. Massey's cross of Ms. Stewart was his attempt successfully to show that this was a loving, meaningful relationship to all involved, whether it be cookie, wifey, or pudding, my husband as listed. I'm allowing these text messages in. I think they are properly authenticated by someone that we've already qualified as an expert, given his AABA and the master's and your 5 weeks of training, not to mention your NCFI history, correct? I'll allow it. Recess.
Court stands in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Garner, before the break, we were talking about the text messages between Brandon Isbelle and Artesia Stewart.
Yes.
This next slide is this. What are we looking at here?
This just shows that the conversation participants being wifey, very difficult to see right there, but wifey and Brandon Isabelle.
Is it kind of an example of how the text conversation looks out when they're printed out or on the screen and Celebrate?
This is exactly what we see when we're looking at Celebrate in what's called the conversation view. So you can see one party on the left, wifey, and then the second party on the right, just the Brandon and Isabelle.
So here, the bubbles are two different colors, right? Blue and green.
Yes.
On the printed copies that you were just looking at, are they also that blue and green?
Yes.
When looking at these conversations, who's blue and who's green?
In this one, Artesia Stewart is blue and Brandon Isbelle is in green.
So these are messages from Brandon Isbelle's phone to Artesia Stewart's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So his are green on the right-hand side, hers are blue on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Now, going back to the call log, did you notice any phone calls with Danielle Hoyle in Brandon Stewart's call log?
I did not.
Did you notice any type of audio or video communications?
There was a FaceTime call to Danielle.
When was that FaceTime call?
That FaceTime call was at February 1st, 2022 at 10:02:57 in the evening.
So going back and looking at the call log, is that the only voice or video communication via phone or FaceTime that appears from February 1st to February 2nd of 2022 between him and Danielle?
Yes, it is.
And the time of this FaceTime call was at 10:02:57 p.m. on the 1st?
Yes, sir.
Where was Brandon Isabelle's phone at that time?
Looking at the significant locations, you've got 10:02 and 52 seconds and 10:02 and 59 seconds. Those are the two that I have highlighted, which puts those location points on this map. So that device was sitting in the parking lot there at Wolf Creek Lane and Wolf Creek Parkway.
So this is after his phone has left Levi and Sedgwick.
That's correct.
In the evening, the second time it
Yes.
went to that area of town. On
Yes,
the
sir.
1st. After this, does his phone then go to Walmart?
The device leaves that location and goes to Walmart, correct?
Then after that, it goes to his house?
That's correct.
Then after that, it goes to Mud Isle?
Yes.
Did you also look at message communications between Brandon, Isabelle, and Danielle Hoyle?
I did, yes.
What type of message communications were there on his phone between him and Danielle?
There were Facebook messages and what's called native messaging. So it's iPhone to iPhone, be the iMessage.
Is that what we colloquially call text messages?
Yes.
But in this case, probably iMessages.
Yes, that's correct.
You're requesting permission to pass a document to the witness.
Go ahead, please.
Special Agent Michael Garner, you can pass the document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is another specialized report from the Cellbrite Reader Report, and it just contains the conversations from the Facebook Messenger and the native messaging that we just spoke about. So,
Now, the Facebook, let me back up. This time our state asked it to be marked as exhibit number 119.
Hearing no objection.
No objection.
Thank you.
And if you could pass that back to the witness, please. Now, same thing kind of as we were talking about before with the color of the different text bubbles. Blue on the left, it's going to be Danielle, the person receiving the text from the defendant and sending text to the defendant. And green on the right, that's going to be Brandon Isabelle's phone.
Correct, yes.
Okay. One second. Now, looking at the Facebook Messenger messages, which I think is the first page of Exhibit 119. When do the Facebook Messenger messages begin?
You can see the date and timestamp on that message. It's 2/1/2022, 11:39 and 53 seconds PM.
So this is at February 1st, 2022 at 11:39 PM and 53 seconds, Memphis time.
Yes, sir.
Were there messages available on Facebook Messenger between Brandon Isbelle and Danielle on his phone before that message?
No.
And Special Agent Garner, would you please, we'll read these messages. If you will read the defendant's portion, and I will read Danielle's portion.
Okay. Yeah,
We'll start there at the first one.
So it says, N-word, I got ways to text you. Either stop playing or wake up and text me back. Show me Kennedy, and I'm gonna get her tomorrow night if that's cool with you, since I'm off Thursday.
When was the next message sent?
The next message is the next day, 2/2/2022, and see it right there at 12:02 and 21 seconds AM. So midnight, a little after midnight. And that message, well, good night, dude. Give her a kiss for me. Just miss her. That's it. Love y'all.
Now, thinking back to the maps and location data, on February 2nd, 2022, at 12:02 and 21 seconds, Brandon Isabelle's phone was at the Walgreens at Raines and Elvis Presley Boulevard, correct?
That's correct.
That's after leaving the area of Levi and Sedgwick, correct?
Yes.
Going to the area near the shopping center across from the Walmart, correct?
That's right.
Then to Walmart,
Into Walmart.
back to his home, correct?
Yes.
To Mud Island,
Yes.
and then to Walgreens, correct?
That's correct.
Now, this next message is from Danielle's Facebook page, correct? Or Messenger profile.
Yes.
And that's at February 2nd, 2022 at 12:12 and 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that says, we looking for Danielle and the baby, correct?
Yes. And at 12:13 and 20 seconds AM, he replied, huh? What? Who is this? Then 12:13, 55 seconds, 3 question marks, and 12:14:07. Can y'all stop playing?
And then at 12:15, 56 seconds on the second, from Danielle's account, it states, this her brother, call my phone, 2899, correct?
That's right.
What does Mr. Isbelle say in response?
Finna send my address. I'm about to head home. And then he sent, and that was at 12:32 a.m. on 2/2. And then at 12:38 and 46 seconds, he sent 8702 Lathbury Place North.
And that's the end of the Facebook Messenger messages that were available on the defendant's phone, correct?
That is correct.
There were also native or text messages available on the phone too,
Yes.
correct, between who and Danielle? Direct your attention to February 1st in the morning. All right, so going to page 28, the second blue bubble beginning at February 1st at 8:10 a.m. and 30 seconds. Danielle texted Brandon Isabelle, correct?
That's correct.
And she stated, she peed on the nurse, glad it was them and not me. What did Mr. Isabelle say in response?
At 8:20 and 56 seconds on that same day, he replied, tough.
Then at 8:22:36, Danielle says, IKR, I know, right? You okay?
At 8:23, he replied, yeah.
At 8:23:53 seconds, Danielle said, okay, ... Happy birthday again, little dude.
And at 8:26 and 11 seconds, he replied, thank you.
At 8:29:27 seconds, Danielle, I love you. Thank you for being here, Brandon.
And at 8:30, 5 seconds, he said, no problem. And then 8:30 and 20 seconds, he said, thanks for being understanding.
At 8:31:34, Danielle texted, you okay?
And at 10:27 a.m., he said, how's she doing?
At 10:29:53 seconds, Danielle said, she been asleep still. I'm gonna wake her up in a few.
And at 10:30 and 5 seconds, he said, oh, okay.
At 10:30:24 seconds, she said, how's Kingston?
At 10:30 and 38 seconds, he said, he good, in recovery right now.
At 10:31 and 8 seconds, okay, long as he's good. At 10:53:54 seconds, Danielle texted, she waking up now, can I give her a bath?
And in immediate response, 10:53:54, okay. And then at 11:21 and 20 seconds, he loved an image.
Now, pausing here for a second. What does it mean when you see loved an image in a text message like that?
So with iMessage and RSC and Android, when you get an image or a text message in that you can respond to, you can press and hold that image, and it brings up icons, emojis that you can select and kind of as a quick reply to a message. And that's what we see right here.
So is that kind of like the heart emoji, the thumbs up emoji, the thumbs down exclamation points
Yes, sir.
that you people see responding to messages with and text
Yes, sir.
on an iPhone? So when you see loved an image, but there's no images in this chain of messages, what does that mean to you?
There was a picture here that's been deleted.
So
Objection, Your Honor. I can handle it across.
let's talk about when someone puts a like or a love on an image or a text message. When they do that, what happens inside the phone as far as the data of the phone?
So the database inside the phone records each interaction, and it's called, each transaction is given what's called a row ID. And it's just like an Excel spreadsheet or ruled paper, and each number is used one time. And if that transaction is removed or deleted, that number is deleted, but that number is never reused. So in that database, you will see row IDs, and if there's something that's been removed, the row ID will not be sequential. It will jump around. And, it will be ever increasing, but it will never, if there's something removed, it won't be sequential. It won't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 5, 7. So what numbers removed.
It's possible to delete like a text or a picture from just the user's end of a phone, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Can you delete one of the emoticons like this where you like an image or love an image or emphasize an image on the user-facing end of the phone?
So on the user-facing, when you remove the image or whatever was reacted to, it appears that the emoticon or the reaction is removed as well, but in the database, it is not. Only the initial transaction is removed. So the supplemental, or the light, is still there, which is why we can see it when we do our extractions, because it's reading that row ID line by line. So whatever was loved is no longer in the database. So, but the database still shows that something was loved.
And that loved an image, what time is that showing on the phone?
That's at 11:21 and 21 seconds on February 1st.
And then going on to the next page, is that another of the same thing? So it loved an image?
Yes, 11:21 and 24 seconds. And then it skips to 6:34 p.m., 39 seconds. Says, y'all straight?
At 6:36 and 2 seconds, Danielle texted, I'm gonna go get her medicine. They just called, said it's ready.
And at 6:36, 19 seconds, you replied, what medicine?
At 6:44 and 23 seconds, they said she got low iron.
And at 6:51 and 46 seconds, says, okay, take care of that. Is this because you was low?
At 6:56 and 23 seconds, yeah, both of us taking it.
And 66 and 32 seconds, okay, good.
At 7:02 and 35 seconds, yep, WIDing. What are you doing?
Then at 9:24 and 24 seconds p.m. says, hey, what Kennedy doing?
So let's pause there. 9:24 and 24 seconds on February 1st, 2022. Where was Brandon Isabelle's phone?
The device was leaving the area of Sedgwick and Levi.
Leaving the area of Sedgwick and Levi after having been there on that street for the second time that day, correct?
Yes.
And it's leaving from Sedgwick and Levi to go to the shopping center near the Walmart by Stage Road.
That's correct.
And then from that parking lot, that's where the FaceTime call was made from, correct?
At 10:02 PM, yes, sir. And then at 9:36 and 48 seconds, he sends 3 question marks. And then at 9:51:19, said, guess you didn't talk to me then, or you sleep. Well, good night. Kiss her for me. Then at 10:04 and 35 seconds PM, said, well, I tried to FaceTime you to see her. Just ain't seen her since this morning. Just call me when y'all wake up, I guess. And then 10:17:59 that evening. Why not my stuff ain't going through? Dude, what is she doing? And then 11:11 and 40 seconds, send me a pic of her.
At 11:11 and 40 seconds, where is Ray and Isabel's phone?
It's on Mud Island. And then at 12:02:49 on February 2nd, 2022. Well, good night, dude. Give her a kiss for me. Just miss her. That's all. Love y'all.
12:02 and 49 seconds. Is that while he's at the Walgreens at Elvis Presley and Reigns?
Yes.
Did you also look at device locations for Artesia Stewart's phone?
Yes. I did the same thing with Artesia's phone that I did with Brandon Isbelle's phone. So I extracted the location, the significant locations information from that. I uploaded it into Cellhawk to be able to map it out. And I did it from 9:30 PM to 11:30 PM on February 1st, 2022.
What does that data show you?
So this is the route overview. The green triangle is where the device started, and it heads northbound to north downtown Memphis to the red octagon there.
So looking at 9:30 PM, where is Artesia's phone?
So from 9:30 PM to 10:03 PM, the device was at an address on Stacy Road, and here just north of of Pickett Road, and just east of Neely, Pickett Neely. And there were 84 locations that were mapped at that time.
And in this version, it looks like the points are the actual timestamps that are written on in the place of the points.
Yes.
So at 10:03 PM, what direction did Artesia Stewart's device go?
So at 10:03, the device heads from South Memphis to the north part of downtown Memphis, to an address on North 2nd Street.
And so how long is it traveling for?
From 10:03 to 10:28, so 25 minutes.
Let's go back one slide. There's a red flag there in the middle, or kind of in the lower 1/3 of the pink box. What is that red flag?
That pin, that's from the earlier mapping of the Brandon Isbelle's phone. That's the homicide scene.
And so that's Levi and Sedgwick?
That is, yes.
During this time window, does her phone go to Levi and Sedgwick, the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
It does not.
So at 10:03, because it's going back one more slide, at 9:30 to 10:03, it's at the house on Stacy, correct?
That's correct.
From 10:03 to 10:28, it's on the move north towards Second Street, you stated?
Yes, sir.
What time does it arrive and where does it arrive?
And I have that call out button right there to show it at 10:28. That device arrives in the area of the North Second Street, and it was there from 10:28 to 11:27 p.m. And you got 25 location hits right there.
So it's there for approximately an hour.
Yes.
Looking down kind of at the path at which it came, kind of looking bottom middle, where it turns on to Second Street, is that Chelsea it's coming off of?
No, that is North Second Street, and that intersection, that, I don't know, I can't see the street name. It's obscured.
But it's there on North Second, close to, is that Brickford to the north?
That is Brickford right there to the north of it, yes.
And the device stays at that location until 11:27 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also look at browser history or web history for Brandon Isabelle's device?
I did, yes.
So explain kind of how browser history works on a mobile device.
So just like the database for text messages and calls, the web browsers each have their own database. So whether you're using Chrome or Safari or Opera or Firefox, whatever, they each have their own isolated database. And we can use our software to kind of what's called parse out that database and read it and make it human readable. And for this one, it was the Safari database history. I have that right there. So we used history.db from the Safari.
Which is that Apple's browser that comes preloaded on
Yes.
iPhones?
That is Apple's native browser.
Now, can you delete browsing history on a phone?
Yes.
Can you sometimes still see history, browsing history that's been deleted on a phone?
Yes, it would depend. So a lot of what phones do to operate very smoothly, they use what's called write-ahead logs, WALs, and journaling. All that is that phone is writing information to a faster piece of the memory so that you can get instantaneous results to what you're looking for. And when the phone kind of slows down or has a minute to breathe, it then writes those transactions to long-term storage, which is that database right there, that history.db. So there are write-ahead logs, and oftentimes write-ahead logs will contain information in them that have been deleted from the actual database itself. So yes, there are times that you can receive or view history that's been deleted from the database because they're in the write-ahead logs. And there's actually an event called wear leveling, where the device will manage its storage to make sure that you get the best bang for your buck, the longest usage out of it without having bad sectors and corrupt memory. And this actually moves the data around on your phone without you interfacing with it at all. And that actually leaves crumbs of that data in other areas. Our software can read that as well.
So the software can pull together these artifacts.
Yes.
And put them together in a way that you can read it.
Yes.
And celebrate.
Yes.
There are requesting permission to pass the document to the witness.
Okay.
Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is another report run from the UFDR. It just contains the web history from Brandon Isbelle's phone.
Now, we'll pause for a second. Your Honor, this time requesting it be marked as exhibit number 120.
Yes, sir.
And then if we pass back to the witness, please. Now, when you looked at Mr. Gray and Isabel's search history, did it show whether any of the search or browsing history had been deleted?
Yes,
How much of it had been deleted?
all of it had been deleted.
Were there items recovered?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the first 3 browsing history entries as they appear on the list. And might be difficult to read from there. I'm going to launch it on the laptop. Am I requesting permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
What is item 1?
Item 1 was a website that was visited. The title of it was, "Can all bullets be traced back to exact gun that fired them?" And the website that was queried was Quora.
When was the last date and time that was visited?
That was last visited, it's column right here, on January 30th, 2022 at 5:42 and 54 seconds PM Central Time.
Was that piece of browser history deleted?
Yes. And the software will actually tell us just in red, was it deleted? Yes.
What about number 2?
Number 2, the title was, can you tell what gun a bullet came from? And that was a Google search.
Going back to your PowerPoint, what is this that we're looking at here?
So I took that second column, that URL, and I wanted to kind of break it down so we could know kind of how Google searches work. So what you've got here is the query, the Q, and then can you tell what gun a bullet came from Safari? But what you've got right here, that OQ, that's what's called the original query. That's what was actually typed. The query is what Google kind of autofilled for you. You know, when you start typing, Google starts suggesting. So what was actually queried was, can you, OU, tell what bullet? And from that, Google gave us, can you, or not gave us, but suggested, hey, search this. Can you tell what gun a bullet came from? From that, from what was typed right here to what was actually searched right there.
Is this kind of the same thing that you were just explaining?
Yes. So the original query is what was typed into the search bar by the user. And then the query is what was filled in by Google and then searched.
So going back to here, looking at entry number 1, is that a Google search?
No, that is that's a website that he directed to from the Google search.
So a Google, and when we look at these, is number 1 the most recent in time or oldest in time?
That would be the most recent in time, and then we're descending in time.
So we're going back each time with
Yes.
each number.
5:42, 54 seconds, 5:42 and 30 seconds. So we're going backwards.
So the search query starts with number 3, correct?
Yes.
Goes to number 2, correct?
Yes.
And then number 3, that is a link that he clicked on to go to that web page.
Yes.
And the title of the page. Now, where do you see that on your browser when you're looking at a website?
So when you open up a browser, you have the tabs at the top because everybody's tab browsing now. The title of the web page is actually in the tab of that browser, and that's what would be displayed in the tab of that browser.
So on January 30th of 2022, at 5:42 and 30 seconds PM, Isabelle's phone Googled the operator of that phone. Can you tell what bullet a gun came from?
Yes.
And then whoever was operating that phone clicked on the link to a web page titled, "Can all bullets be traced back to the exact gun that fired them?"
That's correct.
Going back just slightly before in the history, what was searched at 5:42 and 29 seconds PM on the same day, January 30th, 2022?
You can see the query right there, NBA games today, on the Safari browser. And that's what we get right there, NBA games today, Google search.
So going from NBA games today to can you tell what gun a bullet came from, what's the time difference between those two queries?
They are right after each other, 5:42:29 and then 5:42:29.
So it appears that the query, whoever was operating the phone went straight from querying about NBA games today to can you tell what gun a bullet comes from?
Yes, sir.
Going back just slightly further. January 30th, 2022 at 12:14 and 18 seconds AM. What web page is Mr. Isabelle's phone on?
We're on the jared.com webpage, and it's actually at the cart of that webpage. You see the cart page for Jared.
Jared.com as in the jeweler?
Yes.
And as we scroll down, is this more web queries on jared.com?
Yes, and you can see the personalized.jared.com. So those are pages within the jared.com domain. And the title, wedding rings, watches, diamonds, and more. Jared, the Galleria Jeweler.
Directing your attention to number 39. What do we see there?
We've landed on a page that's jared.com/120 CTTW diamond colored stone couples ring.
When was he visiting a page with that URL?
January 30th, 2022 at 12:11 and 57 seconds AM.
So the queries and web page visits to Jared, searching for what NBA games are on today. And can you tell what bullet a gun comes from? All that on January 30th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Stable passive limits.
Please approach. Pardon me. Wake up. 21. You've heard this so many times before. I mean, you get so excited when I say it. Now it seems like we're at a good breaking point. Go enjoy your evening. Right. No discussion of anything we learned today. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy. We're gonna do a modified schedule tomorrow. For those of you who like to sleep in, you'll get an extra hour, just one extra hour. Just one. So the quicker I get you in, the quicker I can get you out. So I'm thinking we start at 10. I need you in the box at 10. And then we'll end by 4 so you can catch whatever sport. Okay? You're confused. Sport. So enjoy. Dinner will be served shortly. I should have told you to find a gym friend. I'm sorry. Where is? Never mind. Where's Johnson? To help the people. All right, so you heard my directives. I need you all in the building no later than 9:30. I want you at this table no later than 9:35. I want them in that box at 10, and we get to work. We push through. You want Sunday off, you're gonna have to earn it. Okay? We are adjourned.
All rise. This court now adjourned to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.